All right, good morning, everyone. This is the Orca E step. It is still an echo. Can everybody unjoin the audio? Please mute yourselves as well if you're not speaking. All right, that's still bad. All right, is that better? Nope. If somebody else is joined to the audio, it's a problem. All right. I need to mute mine. That work? All right, is everyone able to hear me?
Yes.
All right, good morning, everyone. This is the State Court of Fulton County, Orca B Status Conference Calendar. I am Judge Melanie Williams. At this calendar today, we'll check the status of aging cases and hopefully set cases to take pleas. We will also set some for trial. All participants, this particular proceeding is being broadcast over the internet as a live stream. It's being recorded. That means any member of the public can log on and watch this proceeding. All defendants, you have an absolute right to remain silent. Anything you say regarding the facts of your case can and will be used against you. You also have the right to an attorney today. Those who wish to seek the services of the Public Defender's Office, please do not wait until I call your name if you'd like to do so. Is there information in the chat, Ms. Hogue? I know you're here with me, but is there information for those on Zoom who wish to seek the services of the Public Defender's Office?
Yes.
Yes.
Please follow the instructions in the Zoom chat so that you can go ahead and see if you qualify. So that when I call your name, you can just indicate that you're waiting to hear back if you qualify for the services of the Public Defender's Office. I'm going to start with those in the courtroom today. Good morning, Ms. Hogue. Good morning, Mr. Ralphoff. Have you spoken with everyone here in the courtroom to see if they qualify?
I will actually 3 or 4 of them already my clients are on, and you already been through arraignment. So yes, and you've already qualified them. There's a Miss Kimberly King. I talked to another person.
All right, let's start with your clients that you've already have determined qualified, Ms. Hope. Will you tell me what number they are?
Yes, I'll start with number 12, Brandon Chester.
All right, let me read that case. Mr. Chester, please stand if you're here with us. Brandon, 1 second, Ms. Hope. Brandon Chester, your case is 20 CR 0061771E. You're charged with simple battery family violence with the offense date of December the 26th of 2020. Ms. Hope, what's your announcement for that case? All right, who from the solicitor's office is assigned to Mr. Chester's case?
Good morning, Your Honor. That would be me, ASG Riley, and that case was null prost.
All right, have I already received the null pros order?
You should have sent it to Ms. Smith.
All right, wonderful. Thank you, Mr. Chester. You're free to go. Your case the case against you has been dismissed. All right. All right, thank you.
It's on the food though.
Got shit, so they call my fucking name, man.
All right, Ms. Hogue, please give me the next number of your client that's here in the courtroom with us. All right, Mr. One, oh, Ms. Interpretation case last, just for a second. All right, Ms. Hogue, who do you have? Who else do you have? All right, Ms. Gambino, please stand. Your case is 20 CR 002119E, in which you're charged with dog at large and cruelty to animals with the offense date of August 24th of 2019. Ms. Hogue, what's your announcement?
Right now, we still have not received an offer, and we have to make sure we have all.
All right. Who's assigned to this particular case?
Your Honor, did you say position number 22?
Good morning, Marshall Story. Is
Yes, good morning. That is my case.
there any chance that we might be able to resolve it today, Ms. Hogue, such that you could pre-try the case with Ms. Marshall Story at this calendar?
No. Sorry.
All right, what we will do is we will reset this case to a final plea calendar on December the 15th. I hope that discovery will be sent and that a final plea will be able to be taken at that time.
And the defense attorney is Elizabeth Hogue.
Ms. Hogue, will you continue to be assigned to this case beyond that calendar?
Your Honor, I don't really want to be assigned to that case after this. I'm helping out.
It may not be Ms. Hogue is what we're learning, Ms. Marshall.
Okay, well, discovery is under the e-filing system, so whomever picks up the case should be able to retrieve it and give me a call.
But until.
All right, Ms. Gambino, you're free to go. Your case will be reset to December the 15th, okay? All right, have a good day. Ms. Hogue, your next announcement.
Number 27, Sharika Ivy.
All right, please stand. Ivy, your case is 20 CR 004517E, in which charged with battery against a female who's pregnant with the offense date of May the 24th of 2019. Ms. Hogue, your announcement.
So again, just use this to have a reset.
All right. This case, position 27. From the solicitor's office, is it?
Yes, I have that case, Your Honor.
We're gonna reset that case as well to December 15th final plea. It's our hope that we'll be able to resolve it at that time. Ms. Hogue may or may not be assigned to that, but we ask that you send any offers to her at this time. Ms. Ivy, you're free to go. Your case.
Good morning, Your Honor. Can Ms. Hogue get a little closer to the mic? Because I'm having a hard time hearing her.
Hard to hear in general, Ms. Gizzy, but we will do our best.
Okay, thank you.
Let us know. Are there other announcements?
No,
Ms.
Your
Hogue?
Honor, I still have to speak with Ms. King to see if she qualifies or if she was in here. Yes, I still have to talk to two people who, as far as I can tell, have no.
Ms. Bancroft, do you have any announcements for the people in the courtroom?
Not that I know of, Your Honor.
All right, so let's do the interpretation case, and I'll allow you all to speak with whoever might be in here to see if they still qualify, and then we'll go with the people who are on Zoom. Is there a member of the Public Defender's Office also on the Zoom conference?
Yes, Judge.
All right, we'll go to you next, Ms. Wilson. All right, can I take the interpretation case? What position was that?
That was position number 18, Your Honor.
Is the interpreter on the line?
Good morning, Your Honor. Yes, this is Mrs. Lynn. May I have the info on the case? I don't have the name or the case number, please.
Hear you. Good morning, Ms. Lane. The case is Valentin Diaz. I'm gonna first I'm gonna swear you in. It's position. Copy of our calendar.
I don't have the calendar, Your Honor.
She says she does not. That we emailed it to you. Could you?
Yes, I did get it, but it was empty. There was no information in the calendar. It was just empty pages with, 8 empty pages that had the name of the judge, but it didn't have any name of any cases.
All right, I don't know. Perhaps we could just, I don't know how to get that to you. They said it was sent to you. We can ask that it be resent.
Sure. I mean, if I can have just the case, the name and the case number. I have the name. What is the
Judge,
case?
I'm sending her the case and the name via chat.
Okay, thank you very much.
All right, I'm gonna swear you in, Madam Interpreter, if you don't.
Yes, Your Honor.
Name again for the record.
It is Ada, A-D-A, Lien, L-I-E-N.
And do you solemnly swear or affirm that you will faithfully interpret from Spanish to English, English to Spanish, the proceedings before this court in an accurate manner to the best of your skill and knowledge?
I do, Your Honor.
Put your hand down. All right, Mr. Diaz, please stand.
Señor Díaz, por favor, póngase de pie.
Your case is 21 CR 00157E.
Su número de caso es el 21 CR 000 157E.
In this case, you're charged with failure to report striking a fixed object,
A usted se le acusa en este momento, en este caso, por no reportar que le haya pegado a un objeto fijo,
driving under the influence of alcohol less safe,
manejar bajo los efectos del alcohol que lo hacen menos apto y menos seguro para manejar,
driving without a valid license,
manejar sin una licencia válida,
and damaging, injuring, or interfering with public property.
y a causarle daño o interferir con propiedad pública.
With the offense date of March the 17th of 2019.
El día que ocurrió esto fue el 17 de marzo del 2019.
Do you understand that you have the right to remain silent?
¿Usted entiende que tiene derecho a permanecer callado?
Stay against you.
Conteste, por favor, si entiende lo que le acaba de decir la juez.
You have a right to an attorney here today.
Y tiene derecho a tener un abogado hoy aquí.
Also,
Yes.
this proceeding is being broadcast over the internet.
Este proceso se está transmitiendo en la internet,
That means any member of the public can watch this.
lo que quiere decir que cualquier miembro de la audiencia, del público, puede ver esto.
Ms. Hogue, your announcement?
Your Honor, I cannot hear the attorney at all.
Can't you hear me now?
Can you hear her?
Now I can, thank you. Yes, perfectly.
I need an offer from Mr. Diaz.
Necesito una oferta para el señor Díaz.
And to
go ahead, Ms.
verify that I have all discovery.
Y verificar que tengo todas las pruebas.
Would
So-
you like to start with the offer?
Quiero empezar con la oferta.
Marshall Story, please put the offer on the record while we have interpretation.
Yes.
Van a decir la oferta para que conste en el acta.
This is a DUI second and 10.
Este es el manejar los efectos del alcohol, que es el segundo en 10 años.
The offer is 12 months to serve 72 hours.
La oferta son 12 meses y que cumpla 72 horas en la cárcel.
Credit for time served.
Se le reconoce el tiempo que ya ha estado en la cárcel.
$600 fine.
Una multa de $600.
240 hours of community service.
240 horas de servicio a favor de la comunidad.
Alcohol, drug evaluation and treatment.
Una evaluación de drogas y alcohol y el tratamiento si se le exigen que tenga que hacer un tratamiento.
Risk reduction class.
Una clase para reducir el riesgo de las personas que manejan bajo los efectos del alcohol.
And one victim impact panel.
Y un panel de víctimas de una víctima.
Ms. Hogue, is your client considering that offer?
I would not know, Your Honor, as this is the first time I would be communicating it to him, and I myself do not speak Spanish. So we will
Okay.
have his discovery and explain everything to him.
Let interpretation catch up, but yes.
Que no, o sea, que han hecho esta oferta, que es la primera vez que ella recibe esta oferta y que que su abogada no tiene cómo comunicarse porque no habla español.
All right, we will reset this to a final plea calendar as well.
Van a fijar otra fecha para una lista de casos final de presentar su declaración. Van a mudar el caso para otro día para que le dé tiempo de hablar con su abogada.
It's our hope that we'll be able to resolve this case of the December 15th calendar.
Y esperemos que se pueda resolver este caso para la fecha del 15 de diciembre, la lista de casos de la fecha del 15 de diciembre.
And discovery is inside of the e-filing system. I don't know if an entry of appearance has been made, but if anything additional is needed, feel free to contact me.
Que las pruebas se han presentado cuando se presentan las pruebas por el correo electrónico, que cualquier cosa que necesite que comunique a la fiscal, le dice a su abogada, a la fiscal.
Can you tell me, I'm sorry, what's the ASG's name?
It's Ms. Marshall Story.
While we have an interpreter, I would like to make sure this is updated contact information.
Ms. Ask him for updated contact information to begin.
Necesitamos que nos dé sus datos personales para confirmar que tenemos la información adecuada. Do you like the email address, the phone number, and the address? Is that what you are asking for?
Yes.
Okay.
Several phone numbers where he could be contacted.
Ok, si me puede dar números de teléfono donde se pueden contactar con usted, en el primer número de teléfono. Y hable duro porque no lo puedo oír.
¿Se lo puedo dar?
Hable más duro.
All right, he's gonna write those down. Ms. Hope
Ok, escríbalo pues.
will be reset and he's gonna give you contact information.
Ok.
Ask him if he has an email.
¿Usted tiene correo electrónico, señor? No.
Okay,
All right, Mr. Diaz's case will be so reset, and I believe that is for the court today unless Ms. Hogue has anything else.
no, you're,
Señor Díaz, este caso lo van a aplazar, lo van a poner para otra fecha hasta que se comunique con su abogado con usted y le dé fecha nueva. Okay, that's fine.
All right, those are the only announcements for the Public Defender's Office in the courtroom, correct? There are other people with?
that is correct, Your Honor.
All right, I'm gonna call the entire calendar now. I was just trying to take care of those who are here.
Your Honor, do you want me to stay until the calendar call? If you need me for anybody else, how would you like to do it?
Now and see if anyone else requires your service.
You want me to make an announcement?
Yes, please.
Okay. ¿Hay alguna persona en la sala o en la audiencia virtual que necesite la asistencia de un intérprete de español? Por favor, déjenos saber, levante la mano o déjenos saber.
All right, Ms. Lena, I hear no one else who's requested services, so I believe you're free to go at this time.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. Have a good day.
Have a good day. All right, the entire status calendar conference. When you hear your name, please respond to me with whether or not you've spoken with the Public Defender's Office, wish to seek the services of the Public Defender's Office, or if you have a private attorney, please indicate that as well. Attorneys who represent clients, feel free to speak on behalf of. All right, I'm gonna call Demetrius Adams. Demetrius Adams.
Your Honor, our office represents Mr. Adams. I've not had contact with him. I don't know that he received notice on this calendar. If we could check on that.
In the courtroom.
He's in the courtroom.
Standing up in the courtroom, he's here.
Okay, I'll have Ms. Hogue or Mr. Raffoff speak to him. And we'll come, if we could circle back to that.
Back to that. All right, Terrico Agnew.
I am here.
Your Honor, our office represents Mr. Agnew. We do have an offer in his case. We need to update our contact information with him. And then I would ask that this be reset to a final plea calendar.
All right. And who's assigned to this case in the solicitor's office?
Good morning again, Judge. That would be myself. I have positions 1 through 17.
Have to tell me,
Denise Riley.
may have to tell me again, Ms. Riley. That's,
No problem.
do we believe that we might be able to discuss this case today, Ms. Wilson?
Your Honor, I've communicated all the offers to the Public Defender's Office with Ms. Wilson and via email. So I believe it's just a matter of them having to speak with the clients.
All right, so Ms. Wilson, do you believe that if we waited till a little bit longer, you might be able to speak with your client and see if we can take that plea today?
Judge, I'm happy to speak with him today. I think ultimately we'll be able to resolve the case. I don't know that we'll be able to do it today.
And that's what he said?
Mhm.
Oh, and you need a reset.
We'll come back to your case. Alfred Andrews.
Yes, I'm here.
All right, Mr. Andrews, are you represented by the Public Defender's Office? Do you wish to have their services today?
Your Honor, we represent Mr. Andrews already.
It's unmuted.
We do have an offer in his case. We've not been able to communicate that with him. If you want to hold his case, I'll certainly communicate that offer to him today.
Oh, conclusion Ms. Wilson, which position numbers do you have? I'm gonna try to call your positions. Maybe
Judge, I don't think it's that clear cut. I think
it is. Okay, it was on
we're
here
all just working together.
going. Yes, Ms. Hoag?
Oh, no. I'm on many of these cases, Your Honor, because,
Okay, that's fine. We'll just keep calling. And what I'm hoping is that we'll come to a stopping point where Ms. Wilson might be able to start calling her clients with some of these offers so that we can see if pleas will be taken today. All right, Desmond Andrews.
Hello.
Good morning again, Your Honor. That case was no frost. It was emailed to Ms. Smith on October 17th.
All right, Mr. Andrews, it appears that the charges against you have been dismissed. You're free to go, and that's the end of your case, all right?
Been dismissed. You said they've been dismissed?
We can't hear you, Your Honor.
I know, I can.
Okay.
Mr. Andrews, yes, there's the case against you. The Solicitor General has dismissed the charges, okay? Okay, well, his case has been no process. If he comes back on, we'll let him know that. Are you able to hear me now? All right. Montan Bascom or Bascom?
Yes, I'm here.
Everyone change your name to your official name. Mr. Bascom, I need you to change the name that's on that screen to your actual name, okay? Thank you.
I'm trying to do that now. I'm kind of new to this.
All right, thank you. This is court. We have to have official names on the screen. All right. You have an attorney, Ms. Wilson or Ms. Hope or Mr. Ravoff. Does anyone from the public represent this claimant, this defendant?
No, Your Honor.
All right. Mr. Bascom, do you wish to have the services of the Public Defender's Office?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, please look at the chat feature. What you're gonna do is you're gonna submit an email. They can send you an application.
Okay.
We'll come back to your case. Please go ahead and follow the instructions so that you get the application.
Okay, thank you.
Demond Baskin. Demond Baskin.
Your Honor, our office does represent Mr. Baskin. I don't show that I've had any contact with him. I don't know that he received notice for today's hearing.
Has an announcement.
Your Honor, there's 14 cases on this calendar that lists Attorney Rayshawn Williams with our office. We do not have files on any of those cases. We were not. Friday after hours, I attempted to look at 14 of them. 11, I got no answer or the number had changed. He's one of them. So we'd ask the court to reset this and give us an opportunity to locate. We did have the demographic data available that's on Navigation Odyssey. That's what I used, but I was not able to contact.
But is Mr. Baskin himself present? That comment is noted. We'll come back to that case at the conclusion of the calendar. Thank you, Mr. Raffa. Dion Blaylock. Is Mr. Blaylock here? All right, Narraton Brooks.
Your Honor, Mr. Brooks is present. Our office does represent him. An offer has been communicated to us. We've communicated that to him. He has 2 cases on this calendar, position 8 and 9, and a 3rd case that hasn't been transferred to Orca yet. We're going to ask that that be reset to a final plea calendar so that we have time to communicate further with Mr. Brooks.
You don't intend that we might be able to resolve this case today?
No, ma'am.
Not speaking with him. All right. Ms. Riley, will you put the offer onto the record?
Yes, Your Honor. And as for the 3rd case, it is case number 20 CR 002354E as in Edward. It was on a calendar on October the 13th, so last Thursday. To resolve all 3 cases, it would be an offer And these would be to run concurrent, Your Honor, of, and I apologize, give me just one moment. $12 months to serve 10 days, the balance on probation, complete a family violence intervention program, 40 hours of community service, and he is to have no contact with the victim, Miss Sarah Hill. She is the victim in all 3 cases, Your Honor.
And Ms. Wilson, your client's not interested in that offer at this time?
I didn't say I wasn't interested in it, Your Honor. I just said that yesterday was the first time we had any opportunity to speak with him. This morning, I had a little further conversation with him. I've not had an opportunity to review the discovery in all 3 files, as only 2 files are in Orca. So I'd like an opportunity to look at all 3 files, to have a meaningful conversation with Mr. Brooks, and then we'll make a determination whether or not we can move forward.
All right, rather than a final plea, we'll put that on the status calendar because it sounds.
I'm sorry, Your Honor, you broke up. Do you have a date for that status calendar?
Very frustrating. Is it because my audio? Hold on one second. I can sit with it. If I turn my head, no.
Your Honor, it's when you make movements, unfortunately.
Where's the sound coming out of? The sound is coming out of where? Okay, if you're not speaking, please mute even ASGs. I apologize. Apparently that is feedback here as well. So thank you all. I will try my best to hold still so you can hear me. All right, those cases will be reset to December the 15th and 9 to the status conference instead of final plea. It's our hope that at least we'll be closer to resolving those matters at that time. Mr. Brooks is free to go.
And Judge, before you let him leave, his 3rd case was reset to, I believe, a November 9th. I could be mistaken about that, but a November calendar. I'm assuming all 3 cases will now be in Orca. Will he be excused from that November calendar?
I have no idea. I'm gonna assume that he needs to come until someone is able to schedule them all together. I will ask that they be put on the same calendar, but intend to appear at the earliest one.
Your Honor, I'm sorry, if I may perfect the record, the 3rd case is already on an Orca calendar. It was Orca last Thursday. So they're all Orca.
What may happen though is they may all be on the November calendar. I don't have control of where they land. So just ask your client to please show up in November. All right.
Okay.
I know it's unfortunate, but I'm not who generates the calendars.
No, and that's fine. And we may be able to resolve it in November. I just wanted clarity before he signed off.
What I can do is ask that they all be placed in December, but anticipate that he may have to appear at that November calendar. All right. It's just.
Yes, Judge.
This thing is assumed to come at the earliest date. All right, Mr. Brooks, make sure your information is current with your attorney. I am going to ask that notices be sent to the public defender's office as well. And that will conclude his case. All right. All right, let's keep going. Kiana Brown. Kiana Brown.
Yes, Your Honor, we do represent her. We've been trying to make contact with her. We've lost contact, so we would ask just to have it reset at this time, and hopefully we'll be able to get in contact with her.
All right, noted. We'll take that up at the end. Taylor Cannon.
Yeah, that's another.
Rayshawn.
case we don't have a file for. And on the navigation odyssey, she had no phone number.
And
I'm
here on Zoom.
Hold on, what ad, Your Honor?
and I just asked for a public defender because I don't even know my charges.
Judge, we represent Miss Cannon. If she'll just be patient, I'll speak with her when you give us the opportunity to take a break.
Cannon, please hold, your attorney will speak with you, all right? And if there are offers in Miss Cannon's case, is that Miss Marshall's story? or Ms. Githia, please send those over to Ms. Wilson so those can be discussed.
No,
And
Your
Judge,
Honor, I
we did
still, it's
receive
still,
an offer yesterday, and so I will
still
relay
ASG
that.
Riley. I have until position 17, and yes, Ms. Wilson has all of the offers.
All right, thank you.
You're
Okay,
welcome.
Roshandra Coffin.
I'm right here.
Hi, good morning, Your Honor.
Here.
Quinn Johnson on behalf of Ms. Coffin. I've just entered an entry of appearance to replace the public defender that was entered today. So certainly I have not had any communication with the AHD, nor am I aware of whether discovery has been processed or not.
All right, because your entry only recently, we will reset this case to December 15th status. You'll have the discovery by then, Mr. Johnson, and we'll hopefully be able to move forward with resolving this case as a plea. I believe Ms. Wright, AHD assigned to this case.
Yes, Your Honor, I did communicate the offer to the public defender's office, but I can certainly speak with Mr. Johnson regarding it. And Mr. Johnson, if you could please send me your email address in the chat directly to me.
I will do that now.
Thank you.
That's the case because he was just entered. I seriously doubt we'll be able to take a plea in this case today. So what we'll do is we'll reset it to December 15th. Please exchange contact information. And you, Mr. Johnson, and your client are free to go. Well,
Thank you, Your Honor.
all right, Jasmine Cooper.
Your Honor, we represent Jasmine Cooper, and I have been in contact with her. I know that she was trying to get on Zoom. And so I don't,
Your Honor, excuse the interruption, the state null process case yesterday, Ms. Smith should have it.
Okay, I do have it. Ms. Cooper, your case has been dismissed. The state submitted a null process, the end of it, and you're free to go, all right? Take care.
Thank you.
All right, Philip Cunningham. Oh, Mr. Kilbaugh, I didn't recognize you. How are you? Good morning.
I'm well. Mr. Cunningham is on Zoom. I filed a motion in that case to allow, I filed it 16 months ago in July of 2021 to allow me to inspect the physical evidence in the case, and there has not been a ruling on that. So I would appreciate it, Your Honor, to rule on that motion. It's just, I e-filed it. It's available on Odyssey. I have a paper copy with me as well.
Okay, technically that all motions are handled unfortunately on motions calendars. When is the next motions calendar? I'm not saying I won't hear it today, but I'm not sure. Miss Riley, are you prepared to? Right,
No, Your Honor, I don't know anything about a motion.
All right, so we're gonna have, Mr. Kelvin, unfortunately, we'll have to reset that case to the next available motions calendar. I know that there's one in November on the 23rd. Is that the soonest one? And those are in person. I'm sorry. That's the only one? All right, so we'll unfortunately have to reset that case to the 11/23 motions calendar, Mr. Kelbaugh. Hopefully, will it still be assigned to you, Ms. Riley? You wouldn't know.
I'm not sure who will be handling that motion, Your Honor. I apologize.
Mr. Kelbaugh, do you believe that, I understand that there is a motion and you like this? I'm assuming that you're not interested in a plea at this time. Until you've. All right.
I was trying to see if I was in the right court, if I was in the right room for court. I don't know.
Spoken to, give us a second.
Okay.
I'm sorry, I lost my train of thought. Go ahead.
Said the plea, I will call my client to discuss it.
Yes, that's fine. Please give your client a call. I'll be happy to take a plea today if possible.
He is out of state, but obviously he's on Zoom and I can email to him paperwork if that's.
Yes, and he can also give you express permission to sign if he wants to stay on the Zoom conference to take the plea. So if you give him a call, that Mr. Kelbaugh, that'd be ideal. Thank you. All right, we'll come back to that case. All right, then I'm sorry, you were saying something?
Judge, our office, that was position number 6 that spoke out of turn. We do represent him. I'll speak with him when the court takes a break.
All right, thank you. I'm sorry. That's all this is. No, nothing for me. Okay. Derek Davis.
Yeah, that's another case that we are listed as attorney of record. We don't have a file line, and I was not able to contact him.
All right. We'll come
So we
back
asked
to
for a
that.
Reset.
We'll come back to that. We understand that you're asking for a reset. All right, Ashley Denham. Ms.
Yeah.
Denham is on the
Same
screen.
announcement.
Your Honor, she's on the screen. Our office does represent her. We do not have an offer in that case. If the state would like to relay one, we'd be happy to talk to her on a break.
Ms. Denham, please stay on the line. Ms. Riley, if you would send offers over to Ms. Wilson so we can keep going. We've taken up position 18. We'll go to 19. Triana Dorsey. Ms. Dorsey's in the courtroom. I'm assuming that Ms. Hogue or Mr. Reffoff will need to speak with her. All right,
That's
so we'll
correct,
come
Your Honor.
back
We need
to
to
it.
speak with her.
We'll come back to that one. William Dowling.
Good morning, Your Honor. Sharice Challenger on behalf of Mr. Dowling. He is present on the Zoom call. I believe ASG Marshall Story handles this case.
That's
No,
correct. Good morning,
okay.
Ms. Challenger.
Good morning. Can we discuss this case? Can we pre-try and see if we can reach a resolution today?
Yes. Please hold to the end of the calendar and then we'll go into those breakouts. Thank you, Ms. Challenger, and good morning.
Thank you.
Christina Elmore.
Yes, I'm here.
All right, Ms. Elmore, same announcement. Would you like to, hear Ms. Wilson?
Judge, I would love to speak with her. We do not have an offer in that case.
Or if you send that offer over, we'll keep going.
I can relay it on the record if that is faster.
If we can keep going through the calendar.
Okay.
We'll have quite a bit longer to go. All right, Ashton Green. Ashton Green. Christine Hacker.
Your Honor, we represent Christine Hacker. We have been in.
I'm here.
Okay.
All right. Would you need to speak with her regarding any potential offers?
I don't believe that, yeah, I don't believe we received an offer, so I believe that an offer is needed.
All right, but we'll come back to that position. Please hold, Ms. Hacker. Sheila Hansbrough. Jermaine Harper.
Your Honor, we actually represent Ms. Hansborough. Again, I've been in contact with her, so I'm going to try and reach out at the break and see what's happened.
All right, Jermaine Harper. Same announcement. I see she's represented by Public Defender's Office.
Same announcement, Judge. It's a file. I'm not sure who Patrick Sellers is, but we don't have access to that file. We don't have an offer in that case, and we've not been able to make contact with her.
All right. Latoya Jackson.
Good morning. I'm here, Your Honor.
All right, Ms. Jackson. I see that Ms. Hogue represents Ms. Jackson.
Your Honor, our office does represent her. Same announcement. We'd love to speak with her. We do not, however, have an offer in that case.
All right. We'll come back to that position. Paris Johnson, if the ASG's office would please start sending offers by email if we can, so we can call the calendar and get into breaks. Paris Johnson.
Johnson.
Same announcement. Paris Johnson. I see the Public Defender's Office represents Mr.
Yes.
Johnson, but it's Mr. Johnson himself on the screen. All right. Anthony Jordan.
Yes, Your Honor, we do represent him, but we have lost contact with him.
Okay.
So if we could possibly get some type of reset to see if we can regain contact.
Kimberly King.
Yes, Your Honor, Ms. King is in court and we are in the process of speaking with her.
All right, thank you.
And I believe we would need an offer in her case as well.
All right. Adrian Lawrence. Mr. Lawrence is in the courtroom. I'm assuming you will need to speak with him as well. You
Yes, Your
represent,
Honor.
all right.
And we would, I think we need an offer him as well.
All right, we're gonna pre-try that as well. Justin Linton. I see that the public defender's office represents Mr. Linton, but I
Your
don't,
Honor, oh, I'm sorry, Your Honor. That's another one of those cases where he was represented by Mr. Williams, so we don't have a file on him. We haven't had contact with him, so we'd ask that you hold and address that at the end of the calendar.
thank you. How-
Your Honor, I think you broke up on that one, but assuming you moved to position number 34, that would be the same announcement.
I guess I have to hold my head exactly in one place.
Yes, Your Honor, and Patrick
Same-
Sellers was an attorney in our office, just to let
Same
everyone know.
announcement. I'm standing still for Mr. Martin himself. See here. All right. Kimberly,
Yes,
Mr. Martin, you're here?
yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, I'll reach out to Mr. Martin and speak with him on a break. If he could change his name from iPhone, then I can send him a direct message.
Close it down when we don't have your actual name. I see several people who say iPhone, Android. Please change your name. It just makes things go slower. We'll be here longer. And if you need the public defender's office, please do that now. Those are the things that slow us down. Kimberly Mays Mack. Terrence McPherson. And
Your Honor, same announcement. He is represented by our office, but it was formerly Mr. Williams who represented him. So if we could just hold and report back at the end of the calendar on him.
thank you. Antonio Moore, same announcement, I'm assuming, if Mr. Moore is not here. Mr. Moore,
Yes, Your Honor, same.
same announcement, all right. Antonio Newbill, same announcement
Your Honor.
unless Mr. Newbill is here. Okay, Michael Almeida. Keep your quiet, Ms. Holt.
Yes, Your Honor.
Same
I've reached
announcement?
out. I've not been able to get in contact with him. I've sent him emails and called him, but I have no contact with him at this point.
All right.
I'd like to possibly have some type of a reset or hold to see if we can ultimately get in contact with him.
Same announcement. I am Patterson. I see Ms. Patterson on the line. Ms. Patterson, you wish to
Yes.
public defender's office?
No, I have a private attorney, Jacoby Hudson. He's in another courtroom, the Gosh County Superior Court. He asked for a reset, please.
Your attorney had notice of this hearing and he had a conflict, and didn't enter a conflict notice, and he's asking for the case to be reset?
Yes.
All right.
I'm checking to see if we even have an entry for him, Your Honor.
I don't see when he would have been on this calendar as an attorney with entered appearance. We'll check.
No, I'm not seeing one either, no.
All right. Because you have informed me that you have an attorney, your attorney is required to be here if he represents you. This is still court. I will reset it one time, and I'm going to make a note that your attorney was not present here. Next December. All right.
Miss Patterson, I'm gonna put my email in the chat if you can give that to your attorney. And what is his name again?
Jacoby Hudson.
Thank you.
All right, Ms. Patterson, once you've sent that information to the state, you're free to go. Please. December the 15th. All right.
Okay. It's December the 15th?
At 9 a.m.
Okay. No, I need,
Need to go.
Same announcement.
Your Honor.
Same
I'll be
announcement.
on.
Okay. Grover Ross in the courtroom. All right. Well, I'm assuming, do you wish to have the services of the public defender's office? I'm sorry. All right. The public defender's office will speak with you at the break. Babak Samsai or Samsi?
Here, ma'am.
All right. Please turn on your camera It says that you have an attorney, Miss Vicky Yard.
Good morning, Your Honor, Attorney Tricia Solomon for Mr. Shamsai.
All right, Ms. Solomon, good morning. And I'm getting a little bit of feedback when you speak. Let me try to adjust.
Let me.
Okay. Solomon, is there an announcement regarding this case?
Well, Your Honor, we received an offer late last evening at about 9 o'clock. We have not had a chance to speak to Mr. Shamsai. We have not had a chance to speak to the solicitor's office. So we would ask that we be reset to the final plea calendar to make sure we have all discovery and have a chance to discuss.
You don't believe we could discuss and pre-trial, we could resolve it?
Well, I'm not sure. Again, we got the offer at 9 p.m.
All right, let's see if we can try. Is this Ms. Githie's case?
Yes, Your Honor.
So that will be one for you to pre-try at the break. Please hold shortly, Ms. Solomon. I thank you. All
Yes,
right.
ma'am. Thank you so much.
Tiara Smith.
Yes, I'm here.
Tiara Smith is here.
Yes, I'm here.
Smith, it says that you have an attorney, Max Richardson. Is Mr.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, is she on? Oh, Your Honor.
Yes,
Oh, you're here. Okay, I'm sorry.
She's here. I was looking for, do you have is your attorney? Ms. Smith, is Mr. Richardson here?
he was online.
All right, why don't you give him a call?
Your Honor,
Okay.
I did speak with the attorney and they stated that he had an emergency hearing in Henry County, so we could hold for the announcement. And then also I informed him that we're still waiting on discovery and we were going to ask for a reset and he had no objection to a continuance.
All right, based upon your representations, Ms. Githie, we'll reset that case as well to September 15th, all right?
Thank you.
All right.
Okay.
Your attorney know your case is reset, okay? And you're free.
Okay, December
15th at 9.
Okay.
All right.
All right, thank you.
Jonathan Tate. Same announcement, Ms. Hogue.
Same announcement, Your Honor.
All right. Sean Wicker.
Yeah, I'm here.
Your Honor, it's my understanding that he's requesting our services. We'll make sure to get an application to him and we'll speak with him on the break. We do not have an offer in that case because obviously we didn't ask for one. We didn't know we'd be representing him.
Go ahead and work on that application once you get it, Mr. Wicker.
Okay.
And then also, Your Honor, if Miss Shamika Mason is on Zoom, if I can be in a breakout room with her when possible.
Sorry, say it again. Who was it, Ms. Githie?
Miss Shamika Mason. I
Okay.
believe she was going to be on Zoom.
Okay, she's the victim in which case?
Vashawn Wicker.
Oh, in that, okay.
Yes,
Give us a moment, Ms. Githie.
thank you.
All right. Anita Williams? Hi.
Yes, Your Honor. Present.
Present.
Your Honor, it's my understanding she's also requesting the services of our office. If she could fill out that application, we'll speak with her on a break.
I received the notice that you guys received it.
Okay, we'll take a look at it, Judge.
All right, Charles Wise.
Hello.
All right, Mr. Wise, do you wish to have the services of the Public Defender's Office?
Yes.
Please fill out the application that you received, all right?
All right. Well, I was gonna ask why I go do that.
I already done it for you.
Oh, all right.
I'm sorry.
Excuse me, Your Honor, this is Ms. Rawls. Charles is on. I filled out an application and submitted it to the Public Defender's Office on Monday of this week because I was summoned for jury duty, so I did it on Monday. So I just want to let you know that. We've not heard back from them though.
Ms. Wilson.
Judge, I don't have that application, but I will reach out to him and speak with him during the break.
We're now at the break. If Ms. Challenger could be placed in a breakout, I believe with Ms. Marshall Story, was it?
Yes, that's correct.
Those two could go into a breakout to pre-try that case.
And Judge, I would just ask that if someone's asked for our office or if they're represented by their office, if they'll check their chat, I've sent most of them direct messages. I just need their phone numbers.
You've heard Ms. Wilson's instructions. Please follow that. If Ms. Solomon could be placed in a break to discuss.
Your Honor,
Yes.
who was going in with Erica Marshall's story? I did not hear the name.
Sharice Challenger.
Thank you.
All right, and if Ms. Solomon could be in place in a breakout with Ms. Githia. Was there someone waiting to break out for Ms. Riley?
Your Honor?
I don't believe so, Your Honor.
Maybe in a cardigan though, but yeah.
Your Honor?
Yes.
This is Ms. Solomon.
Yes, Ms. Solomon, I'm gonna ask that you be put in a breakout with Ms. Githia.
And could you also put Attorney Poliard? She's on here as well.
I'm sorry, Attorney who?
Vicky Poliard.
Okay, if Ms. Poliard could be, I don't see her on here, but I'm sure I don't have.
Okay, she should be on there.
All right, I do see her now. If Ms. Poliard could be put in there as well with Ms. Githia and Ms. Solomon. And Ms. Riley, no one wants to speak to you but me, I'm assuming. Ms. Riley, let's look at, all right, and the Public Defender's Office is now conducting interviews. And there were no pro se people today. That's an interesting day as well. So I assume we'll be in a brief break. Everyone should be either filling out application.
Your Honor.
Yes.
Your Honor.
I'm responding. Can you not?
I couldn't hear you. I'm sorry. There's an iPhone with a red jacket. He's facing the camera. I don't know his name. He won't respond. I don't know who that is.
American Brooks.
All right. Where are you calling to speak to his attorney?
Mr. Brooks was excused. He can be excused, Judge.
Oh, Mr. Brooks was excused?
Yes, his case is going to be on a November calendar, possibly. We'll get all three worked out by then, but he's free to go back to work.
All right. Mr. Brooks.
All right, thank you.
Excuse me, Ms. Williams. I received the application for the public defender, and I'm trying to see how do I fill it out and send it back.
Okay, if you'll put your number, Wilson, who's also on the Zoom conference, she will give you a call. And
okay.
All right, we're going to be on a brief break. Everyone is either holding. I'll await announcements from the public defender's office. There's no way to mute while I'm up here, is there?
How do I contact a public defender? Because I put my number down.
Mr. Baskin, you'll need to email the public defender's office. There's an email up in the chat. Go all the way to the top of the chat. There's an email address that you need to send it to.
Morning, Your Honor.
I'm sorry. The only message I see is okay, now I see it.
Mr. Baskin, I need you to send me your phone number. I asked for that in the chat. If you could send me your phone number, I'll reach out to you.
Oh,
Okay,
it's,
what was the wrong
I,
person?
I sent it in the chat. It's to anti artist RT Anita.
Okay, if you could send it to me, Christy Wilson, that would be great.
Okay, yes.
I'm sorry to interrupt, Your Honor.
I can't stand this thing. Okay. All right, Mr. Almeida, you are represented by the Public Defender's Office. Please send a chat to Wilson so that she can help you and speak for you. Thank you. All right, position 19, the case of Trina Dorsey. Ms. Dorsey, please stand. Ms. Dorsey, you do not qualify for the services of the Public Defender's Office. I believe this case is not assigned to any of the ASGs, so please hold for one moment. We'll speak with you regarding your case, all right? Thank you.
Excuse me, Your Honor, if I could be in a breakout room with the mother in the case of position 44, Ms. Hope Bolden.
Ms. Githia, have you already finished the other breakout? Is
Yes. Wait, and I may have to go back into another breakout room with Ms. Solomon.
Okay, so you're done, but you're going into, and you're asking to be placed in a breakout with who?
The mother in the case of position 44.
Is the mother, I'm sorry, you have to say the name.
I'm sorry, Hope Bolden. She should be on Zoom.
I'm here.
All right, if I guess Ms. Githia would like to be the mother, if we could put her into a breakout, and then I'll await an announcement on position 44 from Ms. Solomon or Ms. Folliard.
Your Honor, if Mr. Blaylock is still on the Zoom, I need a good phone number for him.
Mr. Blaylock, if you're on Zoom, please give Ms. phone number in the chat. Anyone waiting to speak with Ms. Wilson on Zoom, please give Ms. phone number in the chat. Office, anyone waiting to speak with Ms. Wilson on Mr. Blaylock, please mute. All right. If you're waiting to speak with the Public Defender's Office and you're on Zoom or you're seeking their services, please chat Ms. Wilson a good phone number for you. Do not put it in the chat to everyone. I don't want your phone number to go to the entire Zoom conference. Please chat it directly to Ms. Wilson. Thank you. Mr. Blaylock, Ms. Wilson is looking for a good number for you.
You'll need to look for PD Christy Wilson.
I'm sorry, Your Honor. Was that PD Christy Wilson?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
I can't hear anything. I can't hear nothing.
Is Judge Williams available?
I can't hear this. I can't know what you're saying. I can just. Okay. And with the other person, the other. Okay. Okay, Ms. Gizzy, are you asking to be put in breakout with Ms. Mason now?
With no, I need to, if I can have Miss Solomon again in a breakout room.
Okay. All right. Solomon could be placed back in the breakout with Ms. Gizzy. And following that, I believe Ms. Mason was.
Must be on a break. Not sure.
And Your Honor, whenever you're ready, if I can be placed in a breakout with Miss Shamika Mason.
Is there an announcement yet for position 44?
Your Honor, if I could be placed in a breakout room with our client, Mr. Shamsai, we may have reached a resolution.
Okay, so if Ms. Solomon could be placed in a breakout with her client, last name Shamstar, and if Ms. Githier could be placed in a breakout with Ms. Mason.
And
Hopefully,
also include Attorney Pollard, Your Honor.
Attorney Pollard. Are there, Mr. Calball, do you have an announcement?
Yes, Your Honor, I think we're going to do a non-negotiated plea. I'm just trying to figure out the paperwork.
Okay, which, I'm sorry, please remind me of your position again.
I don't
Your,
know the position number, but it's Philip Cunningham is the case.
that's Ms. Riley's position?
Yes.
Great. So-
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. All right, we're gonna go forward with taking up, you need the plea paperwork though?
Yes.
Okay, if Ms. Riley email it, where should she email it?
I will email it to Ms. Smith and she can print it out in the courtroom.
That the, Ms. Smith, are you hooked to that printer though? Can you print? Or that was the issue, we may not be able to print here.
I'm assuming it's G40.
It is.
Okay.
So who's next door? Maybe we could print it next door and walking. Yes, I figured that printer wasn't gonna work because mine popped up as not working.
Your Honor,
Body in G33, we could print it.
she can send it to me, email Ms. James, and I will get it down.
All right.
I will send it to Ms. James. Give me just a few moments to prepare it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Someone tell Ball that you'll need to talk with your client again regarding that paperwork.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, so we'll postpone that plea until paperwork is received.
Your Honor, I have an announcement for position number 20.
All right, Ms. Challenger, your announcement?
Yes, I just need to confer with my client about the offer that was given by SG Marshall Story. So if you can put us in a breakout room, that's for William Dowling, that would be great.
All right, if Ms. Challenger could go into a breakout with her client, Mr. Dowling, if it doesn't work, Ms. Challenger, you may have to give him a call, but we'll try. Ms.
Okay.
Please put them in, Ms. James. Thank you.
Your Honor, I believe Ms. Wilson may have wanted to speak with me, or was there someone else?
I'm sorry, you'll have to remind me of who Ms. Wilson. Oh,
Judge, as far as I know, I don't need to speak to Ms. Story right this moment, but I'll certainly let her know if that changes.
all right, but sorry, while you're back, I have a pro se position. I'm sorry, Mr. Raffoff, remind me of the name of the young lady who's not your services. Okay. Right, we're gonna, that's Ms. Marcia Story, we're not gonna take her plea today, but I'm gonna ask that you just put the offer for position 19, Ms. Dorsey, onto the record. I'm gonna reset the case and give her time to get private counsel and to
Okay. The offer, Your Honor, is on a plea to contributing to delinquency of a minor. She would need to take a parenting class and complete 40 hours of community service.
all right, Ms. Dorsey, please stand. You heard the offer from the stage. All right, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna reset you one time, December 15th, final plea status calendar. What you'll do, I'm gonna advise you to speak with the attorney regarding the effects of any guilty plea and those prior. Is there contact information that you, like, will you continue to be assigned to this team? Ms. Marcia Story, can you hear me?
Oh, I did not hear you, Judge.
Case, I'd like to give her some contact information to take to whoever she seeks as counsel, because she wished to have an attorney, but she does not have.
Oh, sure, I can put my information in the chat.
All right, if there's a, I know you want it over with, but none of them can give you any advice. At least I'd like to have you reset to call someone to ask what the effects of a guilty plea are, all right? It makes good sense. There are things that a guilty plea means, and I cannot help you understand what that would be. When Ms. Marcia Story puts her information in the chat to you, will you just give it to Ms. Dorsey? Ms. Dorsey, once you have that contact information, take it to the attorney, at least pay for a one-time consult. If you want to come back and represent yourself, that'll be fine. I just want you to make an informed decision, and your case will be reset to December 15th at 9, okay? Once you have that information, you're free to go. All right, good day. Thank you, Ms. Marshall Story.
Okay, tell her she needs to get, does she still want my information?
So she's waiting for it. She's just gonna have a seat.
Well, do you all want to just give it to her since she's in court?
Got it to Ms. Smith. She'll write it down for her. And get-
Okay, I'll send it to Ms. Smith.
All right, are there other announcements from Ms. Wilson or any other members of the Public Defender's Office?
Judge, I do have just a couple of announcements. Position number 2, if we could have a reset in that case, I've spoken with him. We just need to have a bit more of a meaningful conversation.
And the offer was conveyed and we don't believe a plea is appropriate today.
It's not appropriate for today, Your Honor. No, ma'am.
Reset, Mr. Agnew, December the 15th. Mrs. Agnew is free to go after having spoken.
Thank you.
All right.
And what position was that, if you don't mind?
That was position number 2.
Oh, 2. Okay, thank you.
Judge, with regards to position number 6, I believe if we could have a reset and allow us to have a more meaningful conversation with Mr. Baskin, we might be able to resolve that case, but I don't think we'll be able to get it done today.
Offer was relayed and
It was relayed. We have good contact information for him. We just need a little bit more time.
that case, December the 15th as well. And Mr. Baskin is free to go.
Thank you. With regards to position number 7, I spoke with Mr. Blaylock. We are going to be able to resolve that case, but it does. It'll make their move. So if we could.
Go back, you froze, after you are going to be able to resolve.
Right. It will not be a plea. We just need to do some things on our end. So if you could reset that case to give him an opportunity to do those things.
I'm not sure I understand, Ms. Wilson. A plea will not be taken, but what's the announcement here?
Your Honor, if I may, the state has offered an alternative. There is a plea recommendation, or if he completes a certain amount of community service, the state is willing to null pros the case.
Okay, so we'll reset it to give him time to confirm that the community service is complete. Is the
Correct.
Correct.
appropriate?
Yes, Judge. So if he could be excused and we could have a reset, just enough time for him to provide proof of that.
He'll be reset to December the 15th.
Thank you, Judge. With regards, and may he be excused?
I believe there's a lag. You all are coming in slowly. Mr. Blaylock, yes, you're free to go.
Judge, with regards to position 11, I believe we will be able to resolve that case. But I would appreciate having a little bit more time to have a meaningful conversation with Ms. Cannon.
All right.
So if that could be reset for a plea, I think we'll be able to work that out.
All right, we'll reset to a final plea December the 15th. And you're free to go.
Yes, ma'am. And one other announcement with regards to position number 24. I've spoken with her, I believe, and I could be incorrect, but I believe that's Miss Marshall Story's case. We do not have an offer in that case. If we could get an offer, that would be great. I think we'd still need to reset it to allow us to have a more meaningful conversation with Miss Hacker.
We can, if we can at least get the offer. Miss Marshall Story, will you send her the offer? Are there other announcements in the courtroom from Ms. Hogue or Mr. Rafa?
Your Honor, if I could be placed in a breakout room again with our solicitor on this one, on Mr. Shamsai.
That's fine, Ms. Solomon. If they could please, Ms. Solomon could be placed in a Ms. Githia and Ms. Attorney Colliard as well. Ms. Hogue, do you have?
Sorry, Judge. Is Ms. Marshall Story saying she does not want to put an offer on the record for number 24?
I didn't ask. I asked her to just send it to you so I can try to courtroom. Ms. Marshall,
Okay, so can
that offer to Ms. Wilson, and we could keep going. All right.
And then can Ms. Hacker be excused?
Not yet. I'd like her to at least hear the offer. I'd like Ms. Marshall Story to give it to you. You tell her the offer, and then if he can't take that plea today, then she could be excused. Okay.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Ms. Hogue?
Yes, Your Honor. Number 31, Ms. Kimberly King does qualify for our services. I don't have an offer yet. Obviously, I've not also even had a chance to review the discovery. However, Ms. King is interested in entertaining an offer if it's sent to me.
Okay. Is this Ms. Givia who's just left? Or Ms. Marshall Story, is there any chance that you have position 31? That sounds like it's probably Ms. Givia. You're muted too. You're muted still.
Yes, I do have position 31.
All right.
31. We had two calendars. Give me a second with this one. I was considering doing an NP, and I'm sending Miss Wilson her offer quickly.
Ms. Marshall Story, please.
Thank you.
All right, Ms. Hogue, any other announcements?
Well, like I said, I'm also waiting on an offer from Mr. number 32, Mr. Lawrence, Mr. Abravian Lawrence.
All right, thank you. Ms. Marshall Story, 32 is yours as well. Ms. Hogue would like to hear that offer.
Okay.
And Judge, while we have Ms. Marshall Story present, I'm also waiting on an offer on position number 17 and position number 21 from her before I can have any conversation of meeting with those individuals.
Position number
17 is ASG Riley and PD Wilson.
Oh,
I
okay.
see that in the chat.
Okay, thank you. And then position 21.
So position 21 you need, and position 32, Ms. Hogue, is that right?
Yes, and I can get some information on that if you want.
Yes, that might be helpful for us to go into a breakout, but let me finish taking care of Ms. Wilson. Ms. Wilson, that's position number 21, and you mentioned one more. Was it 26?
20, I believe it was 24, Ms.
20.
Hacker.
24.
Yes.
Okay, I'm typing that in right now.
I guess it's
understand
position,
that you sent those to me, but I was not able to provide all of those offers to you.
I
in a timely
understand.
manner.
While I have you, I guess, what position do you end with?
Position 34.
Anyone hear me? Okay, Ms. Marshall Story, Ms. Hogue is also in the courtroom, so she'll probably need a phone number to call you. So if you chat that to Ms. James, so she could give you a call. I know you're dealing with Ms. Wilson first, but at some point she'll need to give you a call. Mr. Raffoff, do you have any announcements? All right.
And I'll be quick. Ms. Marshall Story, I believe the only other two I need for you for today's purposes are number 28 and number 30.
Just go into a breakout room. Would that be easier? And that way, if there's any discussion to be held,
I'm
we can
fine with
try to
that.
do
If the court wants to accommodate that, I'd be happy to do that.
I think we lost the court.
I ain't talked to nobody yet.
I'll just send it in the chat.
And excuse me, I was gonna say I sent my number to a lady like 5 times. I'm still waiting on the call.
Who is speaking? Hello, someone just said that they were waiting on a call. Who was speaking?
Me?
Okay, Mr. Wise, they'll be with you in a moment.
It's hard to keep this in order with being unable to be heard. Are you all able to hear me?
Now we can.
Yes, I can hear you.
Yes.
Hold it. And the sound is not ideal. Is Ms. Marshall Story in a breakout with Ms. Wilson?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. Ms. Givia, do you have any announcements? You return, have you spoken with Ms. Mason already?
Ms. Solomon is still in the breakout room, Your Honor.
Okay, that's fine.
Yeah, and Your Honor, if I may, this is Attorney Quinn Johnson for Rashonda Coffin. If I may be placed in the breakout room with ASG Riley.
All right, Ms. Riley, if you and Mr. Johnson can go into a breakout to discuss position 13.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Are there other private attorneys waiting to speak with any members of the state? All right.
Your Honor.
Out there. Yeah, because whatever's happening. Am I still muted? I'm not muted. Oh, someone's speaking. All right, I'm sorry, who was speaking? Ms. Solomon, was that you? Do you have an announcement?
Yes, ma'am. I think we have a plea deal ready to go on this one. I don't know how it works in the Zoom world, how we get documents to sign. This is all new for me.
The will send you plea paperwork. The paperwork
Okay.
explain to your client. Your client will either send the information over to you for your review as you discuss it with your client, just as if you were in person, and then you'll send that back to Ms. Githia, who will send it to the court for my signature.
Okay, gotcha. It's rough out here in the Zoom world. I apologize.
In that process, Ms. Challenger, do you have an announcement?
Yes, Your Honor, that will be a plea today. I just completed the paperwork with my client and I am emailing that information over now to the court and I will copy over Ms. Marsha Story.
All right, as soon as I have the plea paperwork, we'll begin taking pleas. Now, the problem is how we're gonna print, Ms. James got to print that plea paperwork for us as well.
Yes, I'm putting a message in the chat for everyone to CC me.
Could be sent to Ms. James.
So I have it to send it to Ms. Smith and who's the other person? I'm sorry, Your Honor.
No, mute me again. We'll come back then.
Oh, I see it.
It's in the chat, Your Honor.
All right, Ms. Challenger, you were saying something. I apologize.
I have the information, Your Honor.
All right, what your information? Go ahead.
No, I said I was asking for the email, the other email to send the paperwork, but I have it and I'm sending it right now.
All right, thank you.
Sure, thank you.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, Miss Denham, I still need you to send me your phone number in the chat room.
Even sitting in front of the microphone.
All right, go ahead, Ms. Hogue. Please
Okay.
proceed with your announcement.
I have an announcement in number one, Demetrius Adams, case number 20 CR 0000794E. He is present and represented by the Public Defender's Office. We just need a minor reset in order to get this resolved. The prosecution wants some information from him that he doesn't have with him today. Okay, and so once we get that, the case will be resolved. So right now it's just a reset in order for him to gather the information they need.
All right, we'll reset Mr. Adams to December 15th to bring that information. It's our hope that the case will be resolved at that time. Mr. Adams is free to go.
Okay, thank you, Your Honor.
Ms. Hogue?
And I need, I've also talked with number 43, Mr. Ross, and I will need an offer in that case.
All right. So I believe that's Ms. Githia when she returns. We're waiting on paperwork. Once I have paperwork in hand, we'll take those, please. Are there other announcements from Ms. Wilson at this time?
Not at this time, Judge, but I'm hoping to have several for you shortly.
Your Honor, I'm here, but I didn't hear what position she needs the offer on.
Information for position. What was it, Ms. Hogue? 43, the case of Grover Ross.
Okay, I emailed that to her.
They need to speak with you as well. So if you'll include a phone number where she can reach you.
Okay.
Thank you.
And Your Honor, I did send over my paperwork for position number 20.
Once I have it in hand, we'll start taking pleas. Thank you, Ms.
All right. Thank you, Your Honor.
Your Honor, who should I be sending my contact information to so that Ms. Holt gets it? I'm not seeing.
Yes, if you would send it to Ms. Smith, please.
I am not seeing your name come up in the list, Ms. Smith.
Oh, let's look.
Ms. Givia, I believe that the litigation manager might be under Project Orca, like co-host.
Oh, got it. Okay.
Right, it's not her actual name. Thank you, Ms.
You're welcome.
Your Honor. Are we on break? I think?
One moment, please. We're trying to get the paperwork here on this end to take those, please.
Okay, I would just ask, could I go one more time into a breakout with Ms. Githia? And I hope I'm saying that properly.
I don't have any objection, yes. So if Ms.
Thank
Saul, if Ms. Githia is available.
Yes, I'm available.
All right, Ms. Hope, I'm sorry.
That's okay.
Ms. Hope, you have another announcement?
Yes, I have an announcement in two cases. Case number 31, which is Kimberly Ari King,
All right,
20 CR 004297E. That case is going to be null prost, and I believe that Ms. Marshall Story is filling out the paperwork now.
all right. And Ms. Marshall Story confirming the null pros for position 31.
Yes, I am, Your Honor.
One thing, that's gonna, please stand. That's gonna conclude your case and you'll be free to go, all right? That's the end of this. All right, take care. All right, Ms. Hogue, you have another announcement?
Yes, case number 32, Brian Lawrence, 20 CR 000977E. That case is also going to be null prost.
All right, confirming the null pros, Ms. Marshall Story.
Yes, Your Honor, I am.
All right, Mr. Lawrence, you're free to go at this time. That's the end of your case. Please stand. All right, take care. Wilson, perhaps, I know we're still waiting on the plea paperwork. We have not yet gotten it, but it's on its way. Ms. Wilson, do you have any announcements? Is there an announcement for Mr. Johnson, perhaps? All right, holding for further announcements and plea paperwork. Mr. Raffoff, you
You
stood?
mentioned Mr. Johnson, number 29. Was he?
No, not that, Mr. Johnson. There was an attorney on the line,
Oh,
Mr.
okay,
Johnson.
I'm sorry.
Mr. Raffoff, do you have other announcements?
No, Your Honor, I'm just waiting on the. He did not respond. We were going to ask for resets on. I can tell you what those are.
Oh, no, I have those. Thank you, Mr. Raffoff. Give us some. Has everyone in the courtroom been addressed? What about this gentleman in the back?
Your Honor, I'm sorry to interrupt. I just have a question when you have a moment.
I'm not the person you should ask any questions to. Ms. Wilson. If you have a
Okay,
question, contact Ms. Wilson.
all right, will do.
Judge, are you present?
I am. Ms. Wilson.
Yes, I just had a couple of announcements if you're ready for them. On position number 21, Judge, we have relayed that offer. We're just asking for a reset to allow us a little more time to see if we can't work that out.
All right. We will reset that position to the December 15th status. I hope that we'll resolve that at that time.
With regards to position number 24, I called Ms. Hacker back. I relayed that offer to her. I think we're still going to need just a little bit more time if we could reset that case, Your Honor.
There's not a position to take the plea today.
Not in a position to take the plea today, Judge.
We'll reset that case as well, and both Elm and Hacker are free to go.
With regards to position 28, the state has asked her to complete a certain amount of anger management courses. She has done that. She provided that previously to Ms. Hogue. She's going to provide that to me. If we could have a reset as soon as I get that email, I'll forward it to the solicitor's office, and I think that'll take care of that case.
All right, we'll reset to December 15th status.
Thank you, Judge. With regards to position number 30, I believe the state is going to dismiss that case.
Confirming the non-promotion.
Yes, ma'am.
We will, those clients are now free to go. Mr. Jordan, that's the end of your case. If you're on conference, no process closes that case out. Ms. Elmore, you are free to go at this time. Ms. Hacker is also free to go, as well as Ms. Jackson. Those three cases will be reset to December 15th, and those defendants are ordered to please keep their contact information current with the Public Defender's Office and the court. You have other announcements, Ms. Wilson?
Yes, ma'am. With regards to position number 35, Judge, if we could reset that, it will be a plea, but I don't have that file. I don't have the defendant's criminal history. And there were some questions I asked him that he just wasn't able to answer. And I just need a little more time to speak with him to feel comfortable about moving that forward. But that should be a plea.
All right, we'll put
Just need a reset.
on December the 15th.
And then, Judge, in the chat, I've asked for position number 40, Mr. Olmelda. If he could give me his phone number, I'll reach out to him. And I'm still waiting on position 42, Miss Reed, to give me her phone number. As soon as they reach out to me, I'll give them a call and then report back.
So may it please give Ms. Wilson your phone number as well as Ms. Reed. All right, are we any closer to the paper? Please. All right, what about the other two? Or for Ms. Challenger, you have those? Of William Downing. Dowling, I apologize.
Yes, Your Honor.
Is present and Ms. Challenger is present.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, let me begin. Hold one moment. Okay, Mr. Dowling, your case number is 21 CR 00794E, in which you're charged with simple battery family violence with the offense date of July the 26th of 2020. Do you understand your rights here today?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, Ms. Marshall Story, if you'll please put the offer onto the record, as well as very briefly the factual basis.
Yes, Your Honor. I'm pulling that up. I'm sorry, just one second. Okay, Your Honor, oh goodness, I don't have this program. Read this.
Your Honor, was that Olmeda that you called?
It was not.
Okay.
Okay, Your Honor, in this matter, the simple battery family violence, let me start by saying this offer was previously negotiated with the attorney that was in the courtroom, and that's why the paperwork was completed. But the simple battery family violence has been amended to a disorderly conduct. I have gone ahead and made that amendment and filed it with the clerk's office just a few minutes ago. The offer is 12 months probation, credit for time served, 2 days, anger management, a $200 fine, and no further contact with Matt LeBert. I have no concerns with probation terminating upon completion. The factual basis of the case, Your Honor, is that on July 26, 2020, the defendant intentionally made physical contact with Matt LeBert by striking him. And for those reasons, Your Honor, the state believes that this is a plea offer that should be accepted.
Ms. Challenger, was that your understanding of the offer? And
Yeah.
stipulate to the factual basis, identity, and venue?
Yes, Your Honor, to both questions.
All right, thank you. Mr. Dowling, I'm gonna ask you some questions today to make sure that you are knowing and voluntarily taking. Please raise your right hand. I'm gonna place you under oath just for the limited purposes of taking the plea. Do you swear and affirm the testimony you give today for the truth, will be the truth to the best of your knowledge and under the penalty of perjury?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yeah. Are you under the influence of any drugs or alcohol at this time?
No, Your Honor.
Satisfied with your attorney's representation?
Yes, Your Honor.
Have you told your lawyer all the facts and circumstances known to you about the charge against you?
Yes, Your Honor.
Forced to coerce you into taking the plea today?
No, Your Honor.
We promised you anything in exchange for taking the plea?
No, Your Honor.
You understand that by taking your plea, you're waiving your right to challenge this evidence later in a court of law?
Yes, Your Honor.
You'll have no further court charge?
Could you repeat that, Your Honor?
You'll have no further court dates regarding this charge?
Yes, Your Honor.
Giving up your right to state prove the charges against you beyond reasonable doubt?
Yes, Your Honor.
And you understand the requirements that you have to complete an anger management course and pay a fine and have no contact at all with Mr. LeBert?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, as to the charge of disorderly conduct, how do you plead, Mr. Dowling?
Guilty, Your Honor.
I believe I accept your guilty plea. I believe that concludes the case unless there's anything further from Ms. Challenger or Ms. Marshall Story.
Yes, Your Honor. That's one further thing. Your Honor, my client, he just took his real estate license, so he is in the process of becoming a realtor. This case was holding him up. It's my understanding that he does not have any other convictions. And then, according to my client, there won't be any other issues with him. So for those purposes, excuse me, Your Honor, we are asking for first offender.
Does the state have a position regarding first offender? I'm inclined to grant it. It's Marshall's story.
Your Honor, the state has no objection to first offender in this matter after review of all of the evidence involved.
All right, Ms. Marshall's story, I believe there is a form that you'll have to send me. I'm not 100% sure. I'm not sure how I've gotten that form in the past. Do you all know to make sure that his first offender gets used? Is there, I know I've signed a form before. Who that form? Okay. We just listed on the sheet. We may just list it on the sheet. That may be sufficient, Ms. Challenger. If you something further, I'm not sure. Do we have all the paperwork that we need for Mr. Dowling? I'm only holding 2 sheets. Before you go, Ms. Challenger, I want to make sure that we have all the documents required.
Yes, Your Honor.
Is there anything else she needs to send? Okay. Okay, so she needs to send us that. It's not signed. So, Ms. Challenger, you're gonna get another email with something that they need for you to sign. And then once I have that back, you'll be free to go.
Okay, thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Are we ready for any of the other, please?
And I have an announcement when you're ready.
All right, Ms. Hogue, please make your announcement.
It's on number 43.
All right.
This is for Grover Leon Ross, 20 CR 0000372E. We've reached a negotiated plea. I'm going to go ahead and get the paperwork ready.
All right, thank you. We'll take please as paperwork is given to me. Ms. Wilson, do you have any other announcements?
No, Judge, I'm still trying to reach out to a few people. I did just call Mr. Olmeda, whose number he just put in the chat, and he didn't answer. So I need them to actually answer when I call them.
That would be helpful.
That would be helpful, but I'll report back to the court in just a moment.
Thank you. And what about the paperwork for Ms. Solomon's client? Has that come in? Okay, we're still waiting for paperwork for, I believe, the case. Ms. Solomon, if you're here, we haven't received any documents yet. I'm not sure if they've been sent.
We're in the process of having our client execute those documents.
All right, wonderful. Thank you.
No problem.
Can I be muted, please? All right, we're now going to take the non-negotiated plea in the case of Philip Cunningham. I believe Mr. Cunningham is assigned to ASG Riley. And that case number is 20 CR 003763E, in which Mr. Cunningham is charged with laser use against an aircraft and reckless conduct. Mr. Cunningham, do you understand your rights?
I do, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you. Your attorney is here with me today. We'll proceed. And this plea is a non-negotiated as announced by Mr. Kilbaugh. If you would give me the state's offer as well as the factual basis supporting your offer, I appreciate it.
Your Honor, I apologize. I was not aware that this was non-negotiated. The plea paperwork that I submitted with my name on it has the state's recommendation. So I would have to withdraw that paperwork. I cannot have my name associated with the non-negotiated plea. I apologize. I did not realize it was non-negotiated.
We could resubmit paperwork. All right.
Yes, I will resubmit it, but my signature would be taken off and the state's recommendation will be taken off.
All right, understood.
Thank you. So we're not prepared at this point to move forward. Or do you want me to do that after?
I was asking if we could do it after, because the problem is we'll never get to a point where paperwork will be ready until we at least hear the presentations of both sides. And then I make a decision as to who's, as to which plea the defendant will take. So you were unaware entirely that this plea was supposed to be non-negotiated?
Yes, I gave Mr. Kelbaum the offer yesterday. That offer is from Mr. Gamage himself. I am in no position to change that.
That this was a non-negotiated plea. So the court was aware he did make that announcement. So let's at least hear the presentations. Let's decide which way the case will go. And then from there, what we'll do is we'll either paperwork will need to be resubmitted at that point. All right.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, please proceed, Ms. Riley.
Your Honor, we would expect the evidence to show that on June 14th, 2020, officers responded to the protest at the intersection of Atlanta Avenue Southeast and Cherokee Avenue Southeast in Fulton County. And during that time, officers observed a pointed green laser to be in their eyes at multiple times. The protest was then dispersed and all protesters began leaving the intersection. Shortly after, the officers were informed by their lieutenant that GBI or Homeland Security as well as GBI were surveying the protest and that the defendant, Mr. Cunningham, who was dressed in a black mask, black North Face jacket, black pants, black backpack, had pointed the laser at the officers and also pointed it towards the Georgia State Police helicopter, which was actively operating above, heading south on Hill Street Southeast. A picture of Mr. Cunningham was sent to the officers. They began canvassing the area to locate him. GBI undercover agents were also following him, were able to provide the suspect's location, at which time he was apprehended and taken into custody. The state's offer for this case for the laser use against an aircraft was 12 months to serve 6 months, the balance on probation, no early termination. The reckless conduct was 12 months to serve 6 months, balance probated, concurrent to count 1. Again, no early termination.
All right. Mr. Kelbaugh?
Your Honor, first, I would like to present the court with 2 sets of paperwork. I have emailed this to Ms. Riley. I have in my left hand, I'll give to the judge. I have letters from 20 different people in Mr. Cunningham's life. They were originally addressed to Judge Jane Morrison because that is how the case was originally assigned. When these people chose to write letters on behalf of Mr. Cunningham,
I could present that. The other thing that I have given to Ms. Riley, I emailed these letters to her maybe 30 minutes ago. This morning, I emailed her this PDF
Okay,
collection of letters.
before you go any further, Mr. Kelbaugh, this sounds like it's turning into a bench trial instead of a non-negotiated plea. So what, if the terms of the plea are the only conditions here, I can hear it. If there's actually evidence you want me to read and consider, then that turns it into something else that we would have to reset for a different day. Is it just that the terms are what we aren't able to agree to?
Yes, Your Honor,
today?
this is just about the terms.
All right, go
These-
ahead, proceed, Mr. Kelbaugh.
We're asking, Your Honor, for 12 months probation concurrent, straight probation, no additional jail time. And for a $2,000 fine, a $1,000 fine on each count for Mr. Cunningham to pay for this, for him to be allowed to plead under the First Offender Act. He has completed more than 50 hours of volunteer hours through the City of Atlanta Urban Agriculture Team, Aglanta. Mr. Cunningham is 30 years old. He's a professional. When I say professional, he works in the affordable housing community in Richmond, Virginia. He has dedicated his entire professional life to that. He attended Virginia Commonwealth University, and in this collection of letters, it's people from the affordable housing community in the Richmond, Virginia area. It also includes some of his family members who are aware of the charges against him. But in spite of that, they have written to Your Honor. They originally wrote to Judge Morrison, but to the court, asking for leniency, that he not be sentenced to additional jail time. He's worked his entire adult life in affordable housing, providing affordable housing for people who can't afford private housing.
What I'm gonna do is, you all are so far apart, and there is evidence that might be persuasive that I'm not at liberty to read today. What we're gonna do is we're gonna reset this case, and I apologize. I know we went through a lot of effort with the paperwork here. I thought we were a little bit closer, and I did not understand that there was other things to consider. We're gonna reset this to a bench trial date, where I think that's the most appropriate way to resolve this case. Those are in person. This case will be reset to the November 23rd bench trial calendar at 1:30. At that point, the assigned JO or judge will be able to review the evidence Mr. Kelbaugh has. Now, Mr. Kelbaugh, you did mention earlier that there was a motion to review some physical evidence. Would you prefer that be the route? I'm open to a motion if you'd rather be placed on the motions calendar as opposed to a bench trial. But if you are willing to take the plea, and it sounds like you just wanted to present some evidence regarding sentencing, that might be more appropriate. But I will hear from both the state and you, Mr. Kelbaugh, about the most appropriate place to reset this case.
Your Honor, I think this case ultimately may be resolved by a plea. I filed the motion to review the physical evidence 16 months, 13, a long time ago, more than a year ago. And the reason I filed the motion is because I asked the solicitor's office to allow me to inspect the physical evidence. And I was told, you have to go see the police. Well, I know that I can't just walk in the police station and ask to see physical evidence they've collected without an order from the court. So I filed the motion and a draft order. And then I get an email from the solicitor who was assigned at that time, not Ms. Riley, saying, why'd you file this motion? All you had to do was ask. Well, I did ask. And so I would feel better. I would be more prepared to go forward with this non-negotiated plea if I was able to inspect that evidence first. I don't think that it doesn't seem like should be a very contentious motion.
I agree. All right, just so that Ms. Riley has time to prepare, we'll reset it to the motions calendar instead of the bench trial. That date is the November 23rd at 11:30 calendar. So this case will be reset to that time. Please send Ms. Riley a copy of that motion, Mr. Kelbaugh, so she has time to respond appropriately. All right.
Your Honor,
Yes.
Mr. Cunningham resides in Richmond, Virginia. Can his presence be waived for that?
For the motions calendar, as long as you're here, Mr. Kelbaugh, I think that's fine.
Yes,
All
Your
right.
All right.
Your Honor, again, I would just like it placed on the record that I had no notice of a motion. I had no notice of this being a non-negotiated plea. Mr. Kelbaugh reached out to me yesterday and I responded to Mr. Kelbaugh with the state's offer. At no point in time did he let me know that this was going forward as non-negotiated, as there are other parties involved from my office that would need to be present for a non-negotiated plea. Thank you.
You, because we reset it to a motions calendar and we're not taking non-negotiated. And he did announce when he came in today that the plea would be non-negotiated, but your points are taken. Do you have any objection, Ms. Riley, to resetting it to a motions calendar on the 23rd of November?
No objection, Your Honor. I just wanted to perfect the record. Thank you.
Here, we'll make sure that you have notice of that motion. Please get it, review it, and be prepared to attend at that time. Mr.
Thank you.
Prepared to appear by Zoom. If you can, Mr. Kelbaugh will come here in person. And that concludes this case. All right? Mr. Kelbaugh, and if that concludes your business, Mr. Kelbaugh, you're free to go as well.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Ms. Challenger, I know you're probably still waiting on paperwork. Has Ms. Challenger's paperwork been sent?
So, Your Honor, if I can interject for a moment, we only received 2 pages for the plea paperwork. I believe for the 3rd page, that would be for a pro se litigant, which would not apply in this matter. And so I wanted to see if we can be excused because we've turned in everything we've received, unless there's something else.
One moment.
Your Honor, in Orca, we do tend to file the page. I know that what Ms. Challenger is referring to, it's not filed in all courtrooms, but if it makes this court feel more comfortable, I can draft it quickly. It'll take 2-3 minutes to send it over. It just says that you have discussed this with your client, Ms. Challenger, and that he's voluntarily accepting the plea.
All right.
Oh, okay.
A few more minutes, Ms. Challenger. Thank you for your patience.
Thank you.
What I don't want to happen is that we leave and then we don't have the paperwork to close the case. That's all. And that's happened before. All right.
Understood. Understood.
Are we going back to the case, Ms. Polliard and Ms. Solomon? Do we have that paperwork?
It's Your Honor, because we're trying to get this electronically signed, so we're still working on getting it over.
I just don't want anyone sitting here longer than they have to. Ms. Wilson, do you have any announcements?
I do, Your Honor. On position number 35, if we could reset that, it should be a plea. We just need a little more time to talk that through.
Okay, we'll reset that one to December 15th. You don't believe we could take a plea today?
No, ma'am, I do not believe that I have the ability. I don't have that file. I don't have his criminal history. I don't have a police report. I don't have anything in front of me. So I think I'd feel more comfortable if we could just reset that for a plea.
So December 15th status, the case will be reset. Martin is now excused.
Thank you. With regards to position number 40, Judge, Mr. Almada did let me know that he's moved to New Jersey. His case is a little complicated. We're going to need a little bit more time on that. So I'm going to ask the court if we could reset that case.
That case will be reset. And Mr. Almeida, you do represent, he does qualify. I see that he is represented by your office. All right, Mr. Almeida is now free to go. His case will be reset to December 15th.
And if we could go ahead and excuse Mr. Martin, Mr. Timothy Martin, if he's still here.
Thank you, Your Honor. Am I excused?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Your Honor, with regards to position 42, I believe if we could reset that one time, we'll have a plea in that case, but I do need more time to speak with Ms. Reed. Again, that's one of the cases that was with Mr. Williams, so we do not have her file, and we're going to need just a little bit more time to make sure that's a knowingly and intelligently given plea.
All right, we'll reset that case, Ms. Wilson. And
may Ms. Reed be excused.
Yeah, Ms. Reed is free to go. What about position? Mr. Bascom, did you speak with him? I know he was
Judge, I'm about to speak with him. I'm waiting for an offer from the state. I believe she said she I think she might have sent it to me. I'm not sure. She was in the middle of that non-negotiated plea. But real quick, with regards to position number 50, Mr. Wise, he did qualify. The state made an offer that if he would complete X amount of anger management classes, they would dismiss his case. We're just asking for a reset to give him time to complete those classes.
Will December 15th give him enough time?
Yes, Judge, I believe that would be sufficient. And so if Mr. Wise could be excused.
Mr. Wise, go, you'll be number 15th. All right, please stay in touch with your attorney so you know what to do.
Yes, ma'am.
And so if Mr. Bascom will just hold tight, I'll be reaching out to him shortly.
All right, thank you. All right, Ms. Hogue, you have any other announcements?
Get to the microphone. I've just turned over the plea paperwork for Mr. Ross.
All right.
So I believe they're preparing it for however they're to take the plea.
All right, and do we have the paperwork so I can excuse Ms. Challenger?
In regards to position 43, can you send the paperwork to me, Ms. Hogue?
All right, Ms. Challenger, I have all the documents at this time. You are now free to go.
I believe that Ms.
Thank you, Your Honor.
I'm sorry, this one isn't signed. It says attorney for defendant. This is not my signature. Ms. Challenger, this one is not signed. Doesn't say attorney for defendant. Did she sign that one?
Your Honor, I sent it back to everyone. Ms. Challenger, did you receive it? You were on the email thread.
No, I don't see it. I'm looking at my email now. I didn't receive it. It may be a short delay, but I did receive your other email.
Right. Do you want me to send that one to your Gmail account?
That would be great, because that would be great.
Okay.
Thank you.
It'll probably come through as I'm sending, so if you get it, just go ahead and stop me.
Okay.
And in response to Ms. Githier, I believe that Ms. Challenger has the paperwork. I don't know if she can send it to Ms. Githier to sign, or if they want, I can take it back and scan it in back at our office and send it over.
I'm sorry, what was Ms. Githier's question? I missed that whole thing. Ms. Githier, what was your question?
Oh, I didn't get the plea paperwork on position 43. I just needed to see a copy of it.
We'll work on that.
Miss Erica Marshall Story, I have the paperwork, so I'm signing it now.
Perfect. Thank you.
Thank you.
Judge, with regards to position 47, 48, and 49, it appears they've asked for our office to represent them. I don't see where they filled out an application, but if Mr. Wicker will give me his phone number, I'll call him and I'll do it over the phone. I'm about to reach out to positions 48 and 49 via phone to fill that out. But I just wanted to update the court on that.
All right, do I have all the paperwork for us? Or missing, I'm still missing. We're still missing 2 pages. So challenges paperwork yet?
I just emailed it back as well.
All right, Ms. Challenger, do we have a Challenger's paperwork? I'm looking. So the answer is, we don't have it yet, Ms. Challenger. If you signed it, it didn't come through.
I resent it. Sometimes from my work email, there's a delay. I don't know. Maybe it doesn't like me at times. So I sent it again from my Gmail account.
We don't have it yet.
Yeah, I just sent it like 5 seconds ago.
We're gonna get ready to take the plea in the case of Grover Leon Ross. Position 43. Ms. Gizia, did you get the paperwork so that you could review it?
No, I have not received the paperwork.
Do we have a way to send it to Ms. Gizia so she can see it? $43. Ms. Hogue is filling it out here in court, but Ms. Gizia wants to, is there a way for her to see it? We're gonna scan it to you, Ms. Gizia.
Thank you.
Can you mute it? Go ahead. Challenger, you're free to go. Thank you. And so it's your.
All right. Thank you. You're good, Mr. Dallin. Thank you.
Thank you.
Your Honor,
Yes.
I did speak with position 47, Mr. Vashon Wicker. He does qualify for our services. So I'll reach out to ASG Sarita in just a minute. I just need an offer and I'll call that back and communicate that to him. Position 48 and 49, Kenethia Williams. She also qualifies for our office. And so I'll also need an offer that I can relay to her.
Announcement. All right. Thank you. And we'll be on while we get Ms. Gizia the plea paperwork as well. Any announcements regarding the paperwork for Mr. Shamsai?
He actually executed it, Your Honor. We're getting Attorney Solomon executed and get it to the court. So we're actually should be ready with that in just a few minutes.
Okay, perfect.
So it should be, yeah, before Your Honor needs lunch, needs to break for lunch.
Your Honor,
You unmute me? Thank you. I'm ready. Announcements?
yes, for position number 5, I've relayed the state's offer to him. We are asking for a reset since we just got his case today. I'd like an opportunity to look at the discovery before we proceed with that.
Mr. Bascom will be reset to December the 15th and he's free to go.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Have you gotten the plea paperwork? Oh, she might be on a call. Ms. Githier,
Yes, just got it, received it, Your Honor.
can we go forward with taking that plea?
Yes, give me one moment.
All right, Mr. Ross, please come forward. Okay, Mr. Ross, in the case of 20 CR 00372E, you're charged with failure to report striking a fixed object and basic rules going too fast for the conditions with the offense date of December the 22nd of 2019. Do you understand your rights here today?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, we're gonna hear from the state regarding the offer. Ms. Githier, if you, are you present on this? Oh,
Yeah, there, sorry.
will you please put the state's offer onto the record as well as very briefly the factual basis supporting the state's position?
Yes, the offer is 12 months to serve. I have 11 days, but she looked like she put on the paperwork 10. And credit for time served 11 days.
Any objection to that modification, Ms. Hogue?
No objection to the modification, Your Honor.
All right, well, I'll just change it here. Please.
The state expects the evidence to show that on December 22nd, 2019, at Childress Drive and Grass Valley Road in Southwest Atlanta in Fulton County, there was a single vehicle accident in which the vehicle crashed into a tree and the occupant left, I'm sorry, the defendant crashed into a tree and then exited the vehicle and fled the scene. He later returned and told the officers his girlfriend's vehicle crashed after it was just taken from their residence. He later admitted to being the sole driver of the vehicle and that if he lost control and crashed. And he made up the story of theft because he did not want to be in trouble.
All right. Was that your understanding of the offer, and do you stipulate to the factual basis, ID, and venue?
Yes, we do, and the basic rules is being null prost.
Oh, all right, thank you.
Yes, that's correct.
Yeah, and the no process when you can. All right, Mr. Ross, please raise your right hand. I'm going to place you under oath and ask you some questions to make sure you're voluntarily taking the plea today, all right?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you swear and affirm the testimony you give today for the limited purpose of taking the plea will be the truth to the best of your knowledge and under the penalty of perjury?
Yes, ma'am.
Put your hand down. Are you under the influence of any drugs or alcohol at this time?
No, ma'am.
Did anyone force or coerce you into taking a plea today?
No, ma'am.
Did anyone promise you anything in exchange for taking the plea?
No, ma'am.
And you understand that by taking the plea, you're not going to have any further court dates regarding these charges?
Yes.
And you're giving up your right to have the state beyond a reasonable doubt?
Yeah.
And you understand that the time that you served in the Fulton County Jail will close your case?
Yeah.
As to the charges I previously listed, Mr. Ross, how do you plead? I believe he has. He should be free to go.
Yes, Your Honor, he signed all the documents.
All right. All right, any other announcements? Mr. Ross, you're free to go. Best of luck to you. We don't want to see you back here, okay? All right, Ms. Wilson, any announcements?
Yes, Judge. With regards to position number 47, the state has asked him to complete a theft prevention course and pay restitution in exchange for dismissal. He agrees to do that, so we just need to reset his case to give him time to do those things.
All right, we will reset his case to December 15th to give him time. I believe, was this the case in which the victim was on the line? All right, Mr. Wicker's case is gonna be reset at this time to December the 15th.
And Judge, the only other case I show, and I could be mistaken, but that our office has with you that hasn't been addressed is position 48 and 49. She did qualify. We're just waiting on an offer from the PD's office. I have spoken to her. Since we don't have a file, I don't know how likely it is we'll be able to resolve it today. I guess it depends on what that offer is.
Yeah, if you can just give me a few minutes, I can get it over to you.
Okay.
In the last few moments. All right, Ms. Hope, does that conclude your business, you and Mr. Rafa? I
I
believe
still think that the reset.
all the
7
reset cases, other than those.
Other
will-
than that, nothing.
All right, we're still holding on this plea. Ms. Riley, do you have any other cases? I'm trying to get as many people free to go to lunch as possible. Ms. Riley, does that conclude your business with the court today?
I believe so, Your Honor, but I will remain as I don't leave my colleagues in court by themselves.
Great. I know we're approaching the 12 o'clock hour and we have a 1 o'clock calendar. Ms. Marshall Story, are you free to remain with us?
Yes, I will remain as well, Your Honor.
We will reset the cases that the public defender's office requested time. Attorney Mr. Rayshawn Williams, I believe. We will reset December 15th to give time to make further contact with those defendants. All right.
And that would be 6. I have 7 of those.
I have quite a few. All the ones in which the attorney record is Rayshawn Williams.
But
will
we took
reset.
care of many of those.
The ones we did not
Right,
take care of will
right.
be reset to December the 15th.
Could I run through the numbers? just so
You
we can
could,
double
but I
check?
don't know what they are. I wrote them down, Mr. Raffoff, but feel free to do so.
16, 29, 33, 34, 37, 38, and 39.
37. All right, those cases will be reset
To
to
12,
December the
15.
15th.
Okay, thank you, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. Does that conclude your business?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, both Ms. Hoag and Mr. Raffoff can be excused unless they wish to. Ms. Hoag,
I just want to make sure there were some that I was not able to get in touch with it. I'd like to have reset to the 15th as well.
numbers, Ms. Hoag?
Yeah, number 25. I'm going through them right now. I'm myself. Number 30.
Okay. I believe that number 30, was that null pros?
Oh, yeah, never mind, take it back.
Number 30 was null prost.
Number 30 was null pros, so a reset is not required.
Yeah.
So 25.
Number 25, I'm trying to go through all the ones that I.
Did Miss
Miss
had no contact with bro?
Well, no, I've had contact with Ms. Hogsborough. I'm not sure why she's not here.
Yeah, that's my question. Why was she?
I don't know. I've reached out with, and tried to call her and everything. I'd like some time to find out why she wasn't here today.
Case one time.
Okay.
All right. Are there other positions that Ms. Holger you're assigned to?
I'm going through them. I believe that was Mr. Tate on here today or not? I can't.
Mr. Tate is on the Zoom conference. I
Yeah, so
see
he's
it,
on the
Jonathan.
Zoom. So I believe that it's Ms. Hogsborough's.
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay, so has Ms. Wilson had the opportunity to speak to Mr. Tate?
Judge, I did not realize that Mr. Tate was here today. The information I had was that his number was not in service. If he will give me his phone number in the chat room, I'll give him a call real quick.
I put it in the chat room.
Okay, I'll give him a call I'll give him a call, Judge.
Thank you. Are we ready to take the plea for Mr. I'm sorry, please pronounce that last name for me. Is it Shamsai?
Shamsai, yes.
Are we ready to take that plea?
Yes, ma'am, we're ready. We sent the documents over. I think she should be receiving them now.
Neville? All right, we'll begin with that case momentarily, as soon as I have the paperwork in hand for my signature.
Yes, ma'am.
But Judge, I have no issues if Ms. Hoag and Mr. Raffoff would like to go to lunch. I'm happy to be here and finish this out. So
We appreciate that. I try as many people to go eat as possible.
yes, I appreciate that they're there in person. So I would definitely encourage them to go eat some food.
All right, so we're gonna, oh, I got excited.
Your Honor, there's just one more I want to make sure of. Like I said, being in and out of court, I'm never sure who has and hasn't shown up at times.
All right, give me 1 second, Ms. Hoag. We don't have Mr. Shamsai's papers. We're waiting. As soon as I have Mr. Shamsai's papers, we'll take that one. Ms. Hoag, your question regarding which position?
And Ms. Kiana Brown, did she, did she ever show on Zoom? I know she didn't show in the court.
Was Ms. Brown present? I have her as a, have you spoken with Ms. Brown?
No, I'd like a chance to reach out and see if I can get in touch with her.
All right. We'll reset that case one time, Ms. Hoag.
Okay.
And Ms. Hoag, you're also assigned to the case of Alfred Andrews, who's on Zoom. I see him in the chat. Ms. Wilson, if you would perhaps give him a call since he's on Zoom as well. All right. This is Leon Grover.
That does conclude my business, Your Honor.
Yes, you can be excused, Ms. Hoag.
Thank you.
Okay. I see it. Thank you.
I forwarded the plea paperwork for Mr. Shamshi.
I'm sorry, Ms. Gutierrez, say again.
Oh, I forwarded the plea paperwork for Mr. Shamshi to Ms. Smith.
Waiting for it. As soon as I have it, we'll start taking that plea.
We just butchering that name.
How do you pronounce it?
It's Shamsai.
Shamsai, I apologize. I like people to say my name correctly, so I want to make sure I say other people's names correctly.
Oh, you know I'm not picking on you because I'm trying to get yours right too. I'm not picking.
Let's begin. On your camera.
And just one minor change on the plea paperwork, you put on the plea and verdict November 20th, if that can be changed to October 20th.
Oh, I did that. All right. I break through and change to October. Mr. Shamsai, I can't take your plea today if we don't see you. Please turn your camera.
Sorry about that. Is this better?
Much better. Thank you. Mr. Shamsai, your case is 20 CR 004458E, in which you're charged with simple assault and reckless conduct with the offense date of May the 28th of 2019. Do you understand your rights here today?
Yes, I do.
All right, thank you. Ms. Givia, if you would very briefly give me the state's offer as well as the factual basis supporting that offer.
Yes, Your Honor. The offer is 12 months to serve 2 days, credit for time served 2 days, the remaining 8 days to be served, balance probated, 12 anger management classes, no contact with the victim, Autumn Bolden, and it may become non-reporting when the conditions are completed. The state expects evidence to show that on May 28th, 2019, at the intersection of Peachtree, Dunwoody Road, and Spalding Drive in Fulton County, Mr. Shamsai pushed the victim, Autumn Bolden, over a guardrail following a verbal altercation with her.
All right, Mr. Shamsai understands that he'd have to serve additional jail time by taking this plea, Ms. Solomon?
Yes, ma'am, he does.
wishes to go forward with taking the plea?
Yes, ma'am. And after you go forward, I would like to speak, Your Honor.
All right, and he does, that was your understanding of the offer as listed by the state, and you stipulate to the factual basis, ID, and venue?
I do so stipulate.
Mr. Shamsi, I'm gonna ask some questions to make sure you're voluntarily taking this plea today. Please raise your right hand. Do you swear and affirm the testimony you give today will be the truth to the best of your knowledge and under the penalty of perjury?
I do, Your Honor.
All right, you can put your hand down. Thank you. Are you under the influence of any drugs or alcohol at this time?
No, Your Honor.
Satisfied with your attorney's representation?
Yes, Your Honor.
Force or coercion to taking a plea today?
No, Your Honor.
And you understand that by taking the plea of guilty today, you're not going to have any further opportunity to challenge this, to present any evidence you may have had to challenge the charges?
Yes, Your Honor.
Waiving your right to have the state prove these charges against you beyond a reasonable doubt.
Yes, Your Honor.
You understand that you're going to have an additional 8 days to serve in the Fulton County Jail. You'll have to complete anger management classes, and you can have absolutely no contact with the victim in this case?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, as to the charges of simple assault and reckless conduct, Mr. Shamsi, how do you plead?
Guilty, Your Honor.
I accept your guilty plea. Ms. Solomon, I'll hear you at this time.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you so much, Your Honor. We are asking that you accept the plea as negotiated. However, we are asking that the court allow Mr. Shamsi to do his service, to serve his time, I apologize, on weekends so as not to interfere with his job. He is employed as an electrical engineer. He's only been in this position for 1.5 years. He works for a company called Vendor Wild. So it could greatly affect his employment if he has to go and do straight 8 days, which we're not sure if it's going to be 2 for 1 or what have you. We're also asking that Mr. Shamsi be allowed to plead under the First Offender Act, Your Honor.
I have no objection to the first offender. I will hear from Ms. Githia, but I understand that from the jail, it's almost impossible to guarantee that he'd be able to only serve on weekends. That's been a very difficult thing for other places to accomplish in light of COVID. I can make that inquiry, but Ms. Githia, I'll allow you to weigh in.
I have no objection to the first offender, Your Honor. And we did discuss the weekends, jail time. I have no objection.
All right, let me, there's a couple emails I'll have to send. First,
yes,
jail. Other people have asked in the past, and I've been told it's very hard to coordinate and guarantee. So we can see.
Yes,
I don't have a problem with it in theory, but I just don't know if it, with the processing in and out, it doesn't always work out ideally.
Well, Your Honor, another thing we requested was, because I know Fulton County is overcrowded and it's not, and I'm very fine with the offer, but one of the other things is, could he do community service in lieu of jail time? You know, different counties have done different things as it relates to the overcrowding. So I'm not sure, and I'm not, again, trying to go against what I negotiated with Ms. Githia. She was wonderful. But I'm just trying to see, because I know there's an overcrowding issue, and a lot of the Fulton inmates are in Cobb, actually. So it might be difficult all the way around.
Right, and I know that the, I'm not inclined to do the weekend because I just know that there's problems with processing him and out with jail staffing. I will hear from this. We've taken the plea as to the jail time. I believe that will stand, but I will hear from the state regarding their position with any reduction for community service.
The state is actually asking for the jail time, Your Honor.
All right. What I'll do is I'm going to make some inquiries, Ms. Solomon. I'm going to dismiss you both. I will ask some relevant questions regarding the weekend jail. As of, I don't, in theory, have a problem with him serving over the weekend. I'm going to make some questions regarding whether it's possible and practical. As of right now, the answer will be no, but I will look into it. And if I can, I'll amend my order. Does your client still, he's essentially taken the plea and signed the paperwork. He's still willing to do so if we're unable to do the weekend jail time, correct? He's still.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, so I will conduct some inquiries and I will email you both following this proceeding. All right?
Okay, Your Honor, and then are you allowing for first offender treatment?
Yes, I'm allowing the first offender.
Okay, yes, ma'am.
All right. I will follow up with you both shortly. I'm gonna ask some questions, but otherwise, other than that, Mr. Shamsai's case is now closed and he's excused.
Thank you so much, Your Honor.
Best of luck.
Have a good day. Hear from you soon. Bye-bye.
Ms. Wilson, you have announcements? You're speaking, Ms. Wilson, you are muted.
I'm sorry, Your Honor. With regards to position 48 and 49, we're going to ask for a reset in that case. Obviously, we were disappointed to represent her. We did not have discovery. We're going to need to talk about that in a little more detail.
All right.
With regards, and so may she be excused.
We will reset her case to December the 15th, and she is excused at this time.
Thank you, Your Honor. With regards to position number 46, Jonathan Tate, I spoke with him. We're also going to need to reset that case to have a little bit more in-depth conversation.
I believe we can resolve that case today, Ms. Wilson.
We will not be able to resolve it today, Your Honor. No, ma'am.
We'll reset that case to December 15th as well.
And it's not, oh, sorry. May he be excused?
It's free to go.
Going through the chat room, it's my understanding that position number 3 is in Zoom. No one has spoken to him. I sent him a message asking if he could send me his phone number. I do have an offer, so if he'll send me his phone number, I'll relay it to him. But otherwise, that's position number 3. So if Mr. Andrews is on the Zoom call still, I just need your phone number, Mr. Andrews.
All right. Does that otherwise conclude the calendar?
I believe it does.
So Mr. Andrews, as soon as you send that phone number, so Ms. Wilson can make an announcement regarding your case, please give her your phone number. Ms. Marshall Story, you had an announcement or?
Yes, I do, Your Honor. I have received the anger management certificate from Ms. Wilson for Latoya Jackson, and the state will be submitting the null process on position number 28.
Thank you so much, Ms. Marshall Story. I appreciate that.
I appreciate that as well. Thank you.
All right, so we'll be in a very brief recess while Ms. Wilson speaks to Ms. In the meantime, I'm assuming that those that did not appear today, the PD's office has requested recess. I understand the state will wish for bench warrants to issue those cases, but I will reset them one time to the next status, calendar.
Thank you, Judge. I appreciate that. And then
So we'll be in temporarily.
okay, I'll reach out to Mr. Andrews. He just sent me his phone number.
Ms. Andrews, please send that phone number quickly.
He just sent it, Judge.
I've done so already.
Thank you. Mr. Tate, you're free to go.
Your Honor.
Yeah.
Hey, I popped back in. I didn't mean to interrupt. The one thing we forgot on Shamsai is a date to turn himself in.
Okay, is he requesting, how much time is he requesting? I don't have any objection to him waiting some time. I'll let Ms.
Okay.
How much time is he requesting?
Your Honor, I have him on my phone. I don't know if he can get back in. So we're looking for a date in December.
All right, give him time. Ms. Githia, does they have any objection to him turning himself in sometime in the, I'm assuming he wants to come in early December, so he's not in there over the holiday.
Right before Christmas. So after Thanksgiving, before Christmas is what we're hoping, Your Honor. Let me see. Mr. Shamsai, I'm looking at December.
Allowing himself in on or before December the 6th.
On or before December the 6th, Mr. Shamsai, or?
On or before December the 6th is fine.
Yes, that works, Your Honor.
The state has no objection.
All right, and I will, I promise I'll get back with you about that again before the.
Okay, I appreciate it.
All right.
Okay, now I won't pop back in. I'm sorry to interrupt.
All right, no problem.
Have a great day. All right, bye-bye.
All right, while we're holding for Mr. Andrews, Ms. Smith, will you review the calendar for me? I'm resetting all the ones that, I'm doing resets of all the pieces where they didn't appear.
Your Honor.
You have an announcement?
Yes, ma'am. I just spoke to Mr. Andrews. We are gonna need more time to discuss this case, so we're gonna ask for a reset in his case.
All right. In light of the charge and the nature, we'll reset that to December 15th. All right. Ready to go. We'll review the calendar, and that will be the end of the Orca B status conference calendar. And I'll see some of you back at 1:30. Ms. Smith will review it shortly.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, everybody ready? Can you hear me? Could you speak up just a little
Bit louder.
Can you hear me now?
It's still a little faint.
Ms. Smith, it may help if you go to the podium.
Sorry.
Mr. Bascom, you can be excused. Mr. Wicker, you've already been excused. Mr. Andrews, you've been excused. Sorry, I just want to make sure those defendants knew the court had already excused them.
And I'm not sure Miss Tamisha Brody is still with us. I don't see her on the calendar. I'm not sure if she's a victim in a case.
Brody, you don't appear on this calendar. Would you like to explain why you're here so we can make clear whether or not you're free to go? All right, hearing none, we'll start reviewing the calendar. Thank you, Ms. Riley, for trying.
You're welcome.
For position 1, final plea, 12:15 at 9 a.m. Position 2, reset, final plea, 12:15, 9 a.m. Position 3, reset, final plea, 12:15, 9 a.m. Position 4, no pros. Position 5, reset, show cause, 12:15, 9 a.m. Position 6, reset, show cause, 12:15, 9 a.m. Position 7, reset, final plea, 12:15, 9 a.m. Reset for position 8, final plea, 9 a.m. Position 9, reset, status conference, 12:15 at 9 a.m. Position 10, reset, show cause, 12:15, 9 a.m. Position 11, reset, final plea, 12:15, 9 a.m. Position 12, null pros. Position 13, status conference, 12:15, 9 a.m. Position 14, null pros. Position 15, reset motion, 11:23 at 11:30 p.m. a.m. Position 16, conference, 12:15 at 9 a.m. Position 17, reset, status conference, 12:15, 9 a.m. Position 18, reset, final plea, 12:15, 9 a.m. Position 19, reset, final plea, 12:15, 9 a.m. 20, we took a plea. 21, reset, status at 9 a.m. Position 22, reset, final plea, 12:15, 9 a.m. Position 23, reset, show cause at 9 a.m. Position 24, reset, status conference, 12:15. Position 25, reset, show cause, 12:15 at 9 a.m. Position 26, reset, show cause, 12:15 at 9 a.m. Reset for position 27, final plea, 12:15, 9 a.m. Position 28, null pros. Position 29, reset status conference, 12:15, 9 a.m. Position 30, null pros. Position 31, null pros. Position 32, null pros. Position 33, reset, show 12:15, 9 a.m. Position 34, reset, show cause, 12:15, 9 a.m. Position 35, reset, final plea, 12:15, 9 a.m. Position 36, reset, show cause, 12:15, 9 a.m. Position 37, reset, show cause, 12:15, 9 a.m. Position 38, reset, show cause, 12:15, 9 a.m. Position 39, reset, show cause, 12:15 at 9 a.m. Position 40, reset status conference, 12:15 at 9 a.m. Position 41, reset status conference, 12:15, 9 a.m. Position 42, reset status conference, 12:15 at 9 a.m. Position 43, plea. Position 44, plea. Position 45, reset status conference, 12:15, 9 a.m. Position 46, show cause, 12:15 at 9 a.m. Position 47, reset, final plea, 12:15 at 9 a.m. Position 48, reset, show cause, 12:15 at 9 a.m. Position 49, reset, show cause, 12:15 at 9 a.m. Position 50, reset, status conference, 12:15 at 9 a.m. Any questions or concerns?
Yes, with regards to position 48 and 49, I think you had those as a show cause. She was here today. I didn't understand that announcement.
I wasn't aware that she was here.
Okay, she was here. She
Position 46 was here. Position 47, 48, she was here. So on position 46, 47, 48, I think they're all just to status or a final plea at the courts, whichever the court prefers.
they were here today. Yes, that's correct. Thank you, Ms. Wilson.
I'm sorry, in addition to that, position 5 and position 6, I heard show cause for them as well, but they were both here, those positions. Or I'm sorry, position 5, not position 6.
5 and 6 were both here. You're correct, Ms. Riley. They'll go to the status. I think initially when I called, they were not originally here and trickled in later. But
And
your
position 6 was here as well. Position 5 and 6 were here.
status, not show cause.
Thank you.
Thank you all. All right, everyone take care. Go grab some lunch. I will.
Thank you. See you at 1:30.
Take care. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
We need to find a better way to do that. So that you don't have to get up and walk there. Hi, what did you sneak in? Are you able to hear me? Oh, I'm muted. All
Hello?
right, good afternoon. You able to hear me? Please mute,
Say it again, ma'am.
please mute yourself if I'm not speaking to you directly. Good afternoon, everyone. This is the arraignment calendar. This calendar is for those cases aging that have not yet been arraigned. We will check the status and hope to be pleased in some of these cases. Are you able to hear me at all in the, just a thumbs up if you can hear me? Awesome. Thank you so much. All right, we will call the entire calendar today, take announcements. Who's with me from the Public Defender's Office?
Your Honor, I'm with you on Zoom. I don't think we currently represent anyone. I imagine that'll change.
So this- what the-
Sorry, Judge, you're breaking in and out.
I don't know how to fix that. All right, are you able to hear me now?
A little bit better, yes.
When you face that way, Your Honor, we can hear you. When you turn the other way, then we can't. So.
Perfectly, so I'll say. All right, so what we'll do is, all right. Those individuals who are seeking the services of the Public Defender's Office at this time, there's gonna be information. I'd like to start with
Judge, I don't think they can hear you. I don't think you're coming across well.
Yeah, a little bit.
that, how you can apply for their services today. I'd like to call those in the courtroom first, if possible. Who do we, this is no organized way to do that. We'll just call the calendar. Robert Allen. Robert. All right. This case is basically arraigned. Allen, I see that you're here. Do you wish to have the services of the Public Defender's Office as it? I don't know. Mute yourself, I can hear you.
Mr. Allen, the judge has asked you to unmute.
Are you saying Mr. Allen or Mr. Alex?
Mr. Allen, Robert Allen.
Oh, sorry, that's not me. Sorry.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Please change your name, your name. No iPhone, no name, your first and last name. Change your name, first and last name at this time. It will only delay things if you don't know your.
I can't hear you.
Judge, we're having a really hard time hearing you.
Okay, please hold, everyone. Please mute. How did
I can be a public defender and all that. I don't know.
any better? Is that any better?
Yes. Much better. Thank you.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. All right, what we'll do. Where it was. Mr. Allen?
Yes.
Mr. Allen?
Yes.
Wish to have the services of the Public Defender's Office today?
I don't think so. I don't know, but I don't think so.
Okay, we'll come back to you.
Your Honor, plea offer.
We're gonna call the whole calendar, Mr. Patrick, and then what I'll do is at the end, I'll let you go proceed. Okay? Hopefully we can get through this way. It may not work, but we try. All right, Irvin Barclay,
Yes, I'm here.
have services of the public defender's office today.
I don't think so, no ma'am.
All right, we'll come back to you. All right, Donna Bowden. Donna Bowden. Is Joshua Barnes on this Zoom conference? Okay, Mr. Barnes, your case has been dismissed. You're free to go at this time. All right, best of luck to you. I don't want to see you back here anymore. Bert,
Oh, excuse me, I'm sorry, Your Honor. Ms. ASG Riley is in the waiting room. If someone can let her in.
okay.
Thank you. Sorry for jumping in, I apologize.
The public defender's office today. We have the services of the public defender's office today. All right, Ms. Hogle. All defendants, you have an absolute right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you. You have a right to an attorney today, and this proceeding is being broadcast over the internet. That means any member of the public can watch it. All right, Dylan Campbell.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, do you wish to have the services of the public defender's office today?
No, ma'am.
We'll come back to you, and Mr. Patrick will relay some. Anthony,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Cox,
Yes, I'm here.
please change your name to your actual name. Please make not iPhone. Do you wish to have the services of the public defender's office today?
Yes.
All right, please look at the chat. Follow the information that you see, send an email so that they can see if you qualify, okay? Okay. Nicholas DeLong. Nicholas DeLong. He does look frozen. Mr. DeLong. Okay, Mr. Patrick, I'll let you give him an offer when we come back. We'll come back to his case as well. I wish there was a way there's really no way for you to speak with the people on Zoom. Okay.
I'm sorry. I'm here.
I'm sorry, who's speaking? Mr. Frozen, I don't think that was him.
Nicholas DeLong. I
Mr. Fowler, courtroom. We have services to public defender's office. All right, we'll come back to you. Mr. Patrick, why don't you start speaking with Mr. Fowler since he's actually here? I believe he's one of you. Might be able to take care of that one. Tom Fowler. Tom Fowler. Greg Graham. Greg Graham. Joseph Guy. Joseph Guy.
Judge, I don't see him on Zoom or that he's in the court, but I do know he recently sent an application to our office.
Does he qualify?
Ma'am?
Oh, Mr. Guy is present. Does he qualify? Okay.
Hello.
Do you know if he qualifies? You said he sent an application.
He did send his application. I haven't checked it to see if he qualifies yet. I just got it emailed to me. Is he in person?
On Zoom is what Ms. Holt has just informed me.
Okay, I'll chat with him in just a minute.
Thank you, Ms. Wilson. Okay, Shaquem Hallman or Hillman.
I'm here. My mic. Sorry. Guy Joseph is here.
Okay, Mr. Hellman, turn on your camera.
Yes, my microphone was off. That's why you couldn't hear me.
Okay, thank you. We'll get back to Mr. Hellman.
Thank you.
Hold on. It says, hold on. It says my settings. Hold on. Give me 1 second. Allow Zoom access. Yes. Okay. Hold on. It's not letting me put my camera on. Should I like leave and come back?
Not sure why. All right. Please, leave and come back. Try to get your camera on. Sean Horgan.
I'm present, Your Honor. Present.
You wish to have the services of the Public Defender's Office?
I do not, Your Honor.
All right, please change your, I'm gonna say it again, please change your name to your first and last name. It only makes things slower, especially if you need to be put into a breakout later. Please change it to Sean Horgan. We'll come back.
Okay.
To you. Larry Jones.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, Mr. Jones, you're gonna receive the same directive. It just slows things down. Please change your screen to your first and last name. Do you wish to have the services of the Public Defender's Office today?
No, ma'am, I don't.
We'll come back to you. Change your name. Thank you, Mr. Eric Larson. Eric Larson. Taylor Mangum. Taylor Mangum.
I'm here, Your Honor.
You wish to have the Defender's Office?
I do not.
All right, we'll come back to you. Thank you. Lonnie Manuel. Mr. Manuel. Jabari Mapp. Mr. Mapp, I see you on the screen. Do you wish to have the services of the Public Defender's Office?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, please follow the directions and Ms. Wilson will give you a call. Thank you. James Marbut.
Yes, ma'am. I'm here.
You wish to have, Mr. Marbut, I need you to turn your camera on.
It's not letting me. I'm having the same issue. It says stop recording, but it says it is on. Don't understand.
Come back in. If we can't see you, it's as if you're not here. Thank you. All right. Catherine Martin. Catherine Martin. Jose Martinez. I see Mr. Martinez on the screen. Mr. Martinez, do you wish to have services of the Public Defender's Office?
No, ma'am. I'm good.
All right, we'll go back to you. Jasmine Moore. Jasmine.
Yes, I'm here. I'm gonna turn the video on. Yes, I'm here. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, I can hardly hear you.
Okay, you have to turn on your camera.
Okay, hold on. Let me figure out how. It says start video.
You gotta go to your settings. Go to your Zoom settings.
Zoom settings?
Yes.
Willie Nash. Willie Nash. Reina Navarro. Reina Navarro. Smiley Norris.
I'm here.
All right, Ms. Norris, do you wish to have the services of the Public Defender's Office?
No, I do not.
Be back with you. Dortisha Richardson. All right, Ms. Richardson, do you wish to have the service? Please stand so I can hear and see you. Do you wish to have the services of the Public Defender's Office? All right, we'll come back to you. Thank you. Michael Rose or Rose, Michael Rose. All right, thank you, Ms. All right, Carlos Roundtree. Is Mr. Roundtree present? Mario Ruiz. Mr. Ruiz, if you're present, your case has been dismissed. Marguerite Simmons.
Yes, ma'am. I'm here.
Do you wish to have the service of the Public Defender?
I applied for one. I don't know if I have it yet.
Okay, if you give information again to Ms. Wilson, so she'll give you a call. Open your list.
I didn't hear what you said. The conversation is cut. Can you repeat it?
Miss Public Defender. All right, hold please. Thank you. Alex Smith. Alex Smith. Keldrick Stanley.
Yes.
Do you wish to have services of the Public Defender's Office today?
No, thank you.
All right, we'll come back to you. Julie Stover.
Your Honor, the defendant reached a negotiated plea agreement with Ms. Stover. She sent the paperwork. The file came through corrupted. I need to get that again. She is not present today. With her permission, her husband passed away on Tuesday.
We'll reset Ms. Stover's case to the December 15th status, and she can take a final plea at that time.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you for that announcement, Mr. Patrick. Marcus Stowers.
Your Honor, I see him present on the screen. The state has reached a plea agreement for your consideration this afternoon with Mr.
Okay.
Stowers.
Thank you.
Your Honor.
Oh, Mr. Stowers. All right, Mana Tavares. Mana Tavares. Alan Walker.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am, I'm present.
Are you able to turn your camera on?
I'm trying now.
We'll come back to you. Stacy Williams. I see Ms. Williams on the screen. Do you wish to have the services of the Public Defender's Office, Ms. Williams?
I'm sorry, did you say Kenethia Williams?
Stacy Williams.
I'm sorry, one more time?
It's not you. Stacy Williams.
Oh, okay, sorry.
Judge, I believe Kenethia Williams, Ms. Williams, who's on now, was from this morning's calendar. She's been excused. I'm not sure why she's back on.
Oh, I'm sorry. I told you I was having issues getting back on. I wasn't let back in, so I wasn't sure what happened. I just logged. I had been waiting to get back in, and I got let in.
You're free to leave.
All right, bye. Thanks.
All right, Ms. Williams is free to go. The other Ms. Williams, Stacy Williams, do you wish to have the service of the Public Defender's Office?
No, ma'am.
All right, thank you. We'll be back with you. All right, Mr. Patrick, you have several pro se cases. And let me think of what the best way for them. Are you in the Zoom conference at all, Mr. Patrick, on your? Okay, but are you on with no audio or something? What I was gonna suggest is that those defendants chat you a phone number to speak with you while we're with the balance of the calendar. I don't know if that will work. Or what we could do is we could have each of them get information from this. Mr. Robert.
Yes.
Please send an email address to how are you?
I can't understand. I can't hear what you're saying.
Mr. Allen, what I need and an email address in the chat to C Strong, and the prosecutor assigned to the call following offer. All right.
I can give you my email address. But it keeps the voice keeps breaking up.
I apologize. There's not a whole lot I can do. The sound is bad in here.
I understand.
Phone number?
So do I give you my email address now?
No, we're gonna chat C Strong with your phone number and email. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Trejo. If you look in the chat now, phone number and email in the chat to C Strong. I'm gonna put directions here.
Okay. All right. What I put in there? Email address.
All right. So Mr. Allen can do that. Mr. Campbell, Mr. Dylan Campbell is gonna do that. Mr. DeLong is gonna put his phone number and email in the chat.
Okay. Phone number and email.
Mr. Jason Fowler is gonna put his phone number and email in the chat. Oh, present, thank God. All right. Mr. Horgan is gonna put his phone number and email in the chat. Mr. Jones is gonna do the same. Mr. Mangum is gonna. Martinez is gonna put his phone number and email in the chat. I apologize in advance to Ms. Strong. Everyone owes Ms. Strong the bar of the day on all these numbers. We've all price 28. Not present.
Jasmine Moore is back in the courtroom and my camera is working.
Mr. Patrick, I've gone through the calendar. Have I called everyone who needs to speak with you?
Ma'am, did you say my name? I heard say something Martinez, but I didn't, it broke off.
Go ahead, Mr.
I believe, Judge, Mr. Martinez, if you could put your phone number and address in chat to see the court, and we'll get complete paperwork and over to you, and I'll give you a call in 1 second.
Okay, so I need to put my phone number and my email in the chat.
Yes. And Your Honor, position number 9, Mr. Jason. Corresponding federal case that was this from the same Office of Tax and Transaction. He informed me today that the United States District Court dismissed that case. As Your Honor knows, the federal prosecutors don't tell us much. And so if I could have a reset to the 15th number to call the U.S. Attorney's Office.
All right.
Verify that. Once I verify that the proceeding has been dismissed, I'll be able to dismiss this.
Okay, we're gonna reset position 9. I didn't arraign it based upon that, so it should. I guess I don't have to arraign it. Mr. Fowler. So we'll reset it.
If you would like, Judge, I can formally arraign him just to check the box, but
no, that's not necessary. Mr. Fowler, you're free to go. Reset that information to Mr. Patrick, and he dismisses the case. You won't have to come back, okay? All right. Can you mute me for 1 second?
Your Honor.
All right, Ms. Wilson, I apologize. You had an announcement?
Yes, Judge. With regards to position number 7, he did qualify for our services. We're going to ask that his case be reset so we have an opportunity to look at discovery. We did get an offer from the state. We did relay that offer, but we're not going to be able to conclude that case today.
I need to arraign this case unless you intend to enter a formal waiver of arraignment. These cases are on this calendar because they're older cases that have not yet been arraigned.
I mean, Judge, whatever's easiest for Your Honor, we're happy to have a quick arraignment if that's what you'd like to do, or I can enter a waiver after I get a signature from.
A waiver would be great, Ms. Wilson. I appreciate that. So
If it's okay with your office, I'll make sure to coordinate that. It may be tomorrow before we file that. Is that okay?
More than fine. As long as I have your information on this record that you intend to enter a waiver, that's sufficient. So
absolutely, Judge, I'll make that happen.
So Mr. Cox is free to go if you have all the information that you need from him. He'll be December the 15th calendar and arraignment will be waived.
I'm sorry, was that December 15th or 16th?
1-5.
1-5. Okay, thank you.
All right. We're gonna go first to the case of Irvin Barclay. Mr. Barclay's case is 22 CR 006193C, in which he's simple battery. Mr. Barclay, you wish to represent yourself?
I believe so. Yes, ma'am.
Do you wish to speak to the public defender's office to see if you qualify?
No, ma'am.
All right, what I'm gonna do is arraign your case at this time. This is an older case. That means I'm gonna explain the formal charges against you at this point. Hold one more. Can you one more time?
Hello? Yes. I'm doing good. How are you?
Pardon the interruption, Your Honor, but we have a ASG that is trying to get into the meeting.
I've already admitted her.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, while Odyssey is loading, are there other announcements from either Ms. Hope or Mr. Patrick?
Yes, Your Honor, I do have an announcement on number 5.
Okay,
Mr. Kurt Brown, 22 CR 006185F. Mr. Brown does not qualify for our services, so he will need to get an offer. I would be glad, however, they're going to convey that, because I believe that, I'm sorry, I can't remember your name, but he
Okay.
says it only has for the hunting. So he will need to get an offer so that he can decide how he wants to proceed with this case.
all right, so he does not qualify, he'll proceed pro se. I'm having to type in each individual case into Odyssey, so bear with me. All right, Mr. Barclay, I'm going back to your case. I'm going to read the formal accusation against you such that I'm arraigning you. What you're going to do is tell me that after I've read it, you plead not guilty, all right? Do you understand that?
Yes, ma'am.
You're right today that you have a right to an attorney. You're choosing to proceed pro se, and I'm properly arraigning your case, all right?
Okay.
In the case of State of Georgia versus Irvin Gerard Barclay, accusation number 22 CR 006193C, it reads as follows. I, Keith E. Gamage, Solicitor General for the County of Fulton, State of Georgia, in the name and on behalf of the citizens of Georgia, do hereby charge and accuse Irvin Gerard Barclay with the offense of simple battery, a misdemeanor for that said accused in the County of Fulton, State of Georgia, on or about June 28, 2021, did intentionally make physical contact of an insulting and provoking nature with the person of juvenile son Inman Cummings, AC, by striking him in the back of the head and putting him in a headlock in violation of OCGA Section 16-5-23, contrary to the laws of the state, the good order and peace and dignity thereof. Signed sincerely, Keith E. Gamage, Solicitor General. All right, now that I've read that, what will happen at this time is that your case will be reset. Mr. Barclay, if your case is later set for trial, you will not have the burden to prove the charges against you. The state will bear that burden. If they do get a conviction against you, Mr. Barclay, you can face a sentence of up to 1 year in prison or a fine of $1,000. Based upon the information I've presented to you today, how do you plead?
Not guilty.
I accept your not guilty plea. Your case is going to be reset for a status on December the 15th. It's my strong advice that you get an attorney. Who's assigned to this case?
That would be me, Your Honor, ASG Riley.
Riley, will you put an offer onto the record if there is one for this case?
Yes, there is an offer. It is 12 months probation, an alcohol and drug evaluation, and any treatment that is recommended, and 3 anger management classes.
Okay, so Mr. Barclay, you've heard the state's offer. If you're interested in taking that offer, that is, that's available to you. You might be able to do that pro se, but it's the court's advice that you seek the assistance of an attorney and discuss that offer with said attorney. And I reset you to the December 15th date. However, it is your choice. Do you wish to take the state's offer at this time? Or do you wish to have your case reset so that you can seek the assistance of an attorney?
I want my case reset, ma'am.
Want your case reset? All right, you'll be required to appear on December the 15th at 9 a.m. Your case has been arraigned. You are now free to go. Wait 1 second. Oh,
Okay.
He's going back to one. Oh, your case is going to be reset to December 15th at 1:30. All right.
1:30.
All right. So we'll see you back on the 15th of December at 1:30. All right.
Okay, thank you. Yes, ma'am.
Oh, you have announcements?
Yes, I just want to let the court know that number 25, Ms. Reina Navarro, is here now. I didn't know if the state was going forward with the case before I went through the qualification process.
All right. So there's no other announcement other than she's here. You're going to see if she qualifies?
Yeah, I can see if she qualifies.
All right. Thank you. All right.
Your Honor, I have an announcement on Robert Allen.
Okay.
I have sent him the plea paperwork. I've spoken with him. He's going to accept the plea. He's asked, and I have no objection to setting this to a plea day for him to pay the fine since he has to come in person.
All right. Ms. Strong, is there a final plea day? December 15th? Okay, so Mr. Allen, your case will be reset to December 15th at 1:30. You'll be expected to come in at that time to sign your paperwork, take the plea, all right? You're muted. You're free
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
to go at this time. All right.
Thank you.
Your Honor,
Yes,
with regards to position number 19, Mr. Mapp, I don't have a phone number to speak with him, but it is my understanding that the state is going to transfer his case to Superior Court. So we're not going to be able to handle that today.
okay, Mr. Mapp, I'm not sure if you heard that announcement, but your case is being transferred. The charges are being upgraded. So this case.
Your Honor, hold 1 second. We need to get approval for that because it does involve a stolen firearm. So what I would respectfully ask is that the case be put on for one more date. We will go through our internal process in order to see if the district attorney's office will choose to accept the case as a felony. If they do not, it will come back on this particular calendar. And should we be able to reach an offer other than the year to serve, which is what we generally do recommend for firearm cases, I'll make sure that Ms. Wilson knows about it in the court.
And Judge, I still need his phone number because he'll need our office regardless of wherever it goes.
All right, we'll reset Mr. Mapp. Mr. Mapp, please respond to Ms. Wilson's request for your phone number. Okay. I'm sorry, are there other announcements here in the courtroom? Okay. Ms. Strong, what, number 4 was not here, correct? Okay, Mr. Shaquem Hellman. Mr. Hellman, unmute your screen.
Yes.
You wish to have the services of the public defender's office today.
Can you repeat that again? It skipped a little bit. I couldn't hear you.
Wish to have the services of the public defender's office, or do you wish to represent yourself?
I'll represent myself.
Arrange all right, Mr. Hellman, hold on. I have to pull up your accusation. In the meantime, are there other announcements from either the public defender's office or any member of the solicitor's office?
Yes, ma'am. Your Honor?
Hold please if you're not Mr. Hellman.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, Mr. Hellman, in the case 22CR006155J, we're going to conduct an agreement which I'm going to explain the charges that are against you and read the document. You understand that you have a right to an attorney here today, but you're represent yourself?
Yes.
All right. It reads Georgia versus Steve Azir Hellman, I, Keithy Damage, Solicitor General of the County of Fulton, State of Georgia, in the name and on behalf of citizens of by charge and accused Hellman with the offense of obstruction of a law enforcement officer, a misdemeanor that said accused in the County of Fulton, State of Georgia, on or about August 15, 2021, knowingly and willfully instructed Mary Nelson, a law enforcement officer in the lawful discharge of her official duties by fleeing the scene of traffic stop in violation of OCGA 10-24A, contrary to the laws of the state of order and seeking to sign Keithy Gamage. You understand those charges?
You said the charge was a misdemeanor of obstruction of justice?
A willful law enforcement officer.
Okay, yes.
This time you're going to be set for trial, even though we're not officially putting you on a trial calendar. We're most likely to put you on another status calendar. Mr. Hellman, you do not have the burden to prove these charges against you. The state, represented by the Solicitor General, that burden, and will have to prove those charges against you beyond a reasonable doubt to get a conviction. If they do get a conviction, you can face a sentence of what's up to 1 year prison or $5,000. Based on the information, please in charge of obstruction of a law enforcement officer.
Okay, for the last thing, it's like, it's skipping, like it's going in and out. I couldn't hear like the last part.
Okay, okay, how much did you hear? What?
I heard everything until like the very end, and then I just heard law enforcement officer. That was it.
Okay, based upon the information I presented, how is the charge?
If I were to plead guilty, what would it be again? Say it again.
Tell me you plead not guilty. Well, you're pleading not guilty. Formally charged. You're not going to enter any type of guilty plea. You're just going to tell me you plead not guilty at this time.
I plead guilty.
No, you plead not guilty.
Oh, I'm confused.
If I may, I haven't had an opportunity to place the offer on the record.
You're going to put the offer on the record right after Ms. Riley. These are all cases that I have to arraign, or a formal waiver of arraignment has to get put in. Mr. Hellman, in arraignment, explain to you what the charge is. You're not pleading guilty to any charge point. So I just need you to tell me that you're pleading not guilty. Okay? If
yes.
The best thing to do is to speak to the public defender's office. If you don't understand what I've explained, do you understand what I've explained?
Yes.
Okay, so as to the charge of willful obstruction, how do you plead, Mr. Hellman?
Not guilty.
Okay, now, Ms. Riley, please go ahead and put your offer onto the record.
Yes, Your Honor. It's 12 months to serve 2 days. Credit for time served 2 days. So the balance of probation would be suspended.
You said I would have to serve 2 days?
Okay, I'm sorry, Ms. Riley. We're having some issues technically in the court. When you plead, I heard you last at 2 days. So can you give me the offer again?
Yes, Your Honor. It's 12 months to serve 2 days in custody. Credit for the time served 2 days. The balance is suspended. So there are no additional terms. So essentially the sentence is 2 days to serve.
Okay, Mr. Hellman, that a guilty plea to this charge may have effect in other areas. It may affect employment. It may affect other realms of your life that neither me or Ms. Riley can advise you regarding. Do you wish to take the offer? What they're offering to you today is that the 2 days that you serve would close your case. However, we can't explain what other effects that this might have on you if you take a plea. What I advise you to do is to obtain some contact information from Ms. Riley and find the advice of an attorney and speak to them regarding the plea offer. And I reset your case. However, it is your right to take that plea today if you wish to. Which would you like to do, Mr. Hellman?
All right. Can I have the time to seek an attorney?
Okay, we will reset your case. I advise you to get some contact information from Ms. Riley so that the attorney will actually be able to speak to her regarding this offer. Ms. Riley, are you willing to give him your contact information? Will you continue to be assigned to the case?
I believe so, Your Honor. And yes, I will send him my email address in the chat. I will send it directly to you, Mr. Hellman.
Okay, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Once you have that email address, Mr. Hellman, you're free to go. All right?
Okay. Yes, I'll just have to go to chat, correct?
Yes, please, please, please. Yeah. Ms. Hogue?
Yes, just to give you an update on number 25, Renata Stephanie Navarro, 22 CR 006196G. Ms. Navarro does not qualify for our services, Your Honor, so she will need to get her offer and make her decisions how she wants to proceed.
All right, thank you. All right, Mr. Horgan is holding Patrick. So it's Ms.
Not to interrupt, Your Honor, can I just ask one question before I leave?
Yes, very quickly.
When will the next court date be? I couldn't hear what you guys said.
15th at 1:30.
Of this month?
December the 15th at 1:30.
Okay, is that virtual?
I'm sorry?
Will it be virtual?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
If you are planning to take a plea at that time, you need to make arrangement with Ms. Riley to have that paperwork to her and sign before that date, or else you have to come in and sign your documents. Understand?
Yes, thank you very much, Your Honor.
And I'm sorry, Mr. Hellman, I have sent you my email address and asked for your email address. So please send me your email address before you log off.
Oh, okay, I see it. I'll come see it. All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
We can go to the case of Jasmine Moore. Ms. Moore had some camera problems earlier. Ms. Moore, are you now present on the Zoom conference?
Yes, I am.
You need to turn your camera on.
It's showing on my end. It is showing on.
Moore, okay. Now, Ms. Moore, did you wish to have the services of the public defender's office?
Yes.
You do? Okay, please chat
Yes.
your phone number to Ms. Wilson. It says PD Christy Wilson to see if she can qualify you for their services. All right?
Thank you.
All right.
Judge, I have a couple announcements, if I may.
Mr. Patrick, have any announcements? He came back in. No? Okay, go ahead, Ms. Wilson.
Position number 12, Joseph Guy. He did not qualify for our services.
Okay.
And Your Honor, if I may, I do have an announcement on position 19. That's Jabari Mapp.
Okay.
He does qualify for the public defender's service, Your Honor. We will ask that the court date be reset, so we can request.
Oh, that's the
discovery
one
and
that was
pre-trial.
potentially going to be upgraded. Did he?
Is he in person?
No, he's on the screen. Miss Wilson, did he give you his phone number?
No, I was going to tell you I need him and I need position number 31 to actually go to the chat. I've sent them direct messages. So I need them to respond.
Miss Wilson, your phone number. Please give Miss Wilson your phone number. And Miss Simmons, please give Miss Wilson your phone number. All right. I'm sorry, Mr. Trejo. Was that your only announcement?
Said Miss Simmons?
Yeah.
Yes. I sent you a direct message. If you could check if you could go to the chat button.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Smiley Norris. It's matters. It's still on this conference. Tisha Richardson on the Zoom conference? Oh, you're in person. You can stand this. And you do not wish to have the services of the public defender's office? They're here. I think you should try. Ms. Hogue, would you speak with Ms. Richardson? All right, Ms. Simmons is going to speak with Wilson.
Hello? Yeah.
Smiley Norris is here.
All right, you'll have to hold, Ms. Norris. We called you. Give me one moment. We'll come back in a second. Is Kevin present? Okay, Mr. Stanley,
Yes.
Patrick, you have announcements?
They have, based on the having to come in to pay the fine in person, both also asked for the December 15th date. I don't have objection to that. Mr.
1 second. Mango, Martinez, both set the December 15th calendar, which time you're gonna the courthouse, take your plea and sign your paper. All right, and then that will conclude your case. So we'll see you in person on December 15th. That applies to Tyler Mangum and I'm sorry, Jose Martinez.
Ma'am, yes. I'm sorry, I didn't hear the first part you said.
All right. All right. You'll be free to go. You both need to come in person on December the 15th.
December the 15th. Okay, ma'am.
Is that at 1:30?
Mr. Mango, Martinez, 15th.
Can you
We
repeat
can't
that
hear you, Your
again?
Honor.
Yeah, I can't hear that either. I'm sorry.
Can you say it for me?
Yes, Judge. Mr. Mangum and Mr. Martinez will come in, bring your paperwork and the fine, and we'll pay that in person, close the case out that day.
Awesome.
Hey,
Are we
there's
free to go?
I'm sorry.
To go otherwise. Thank you.
I'm sorry. What time? Any time during the day?
The email I send with the paperwork, Mr. Martinez.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Your Honor, I have called Nicholas DeLong, Dylan Campbell, and Larry Jones, and their phones went straight to voicemail or the call couldn't.
Okay, Mr. Larry Jones, Mr. What was the other name?
Dylan Campbell and Mr. Nicholas DeLong. Your Honor, we could do that. Same thing, the 15th, I'll send them
At
paperwork.
least call and see if they're going to take the plea. Can you all please answer Mr. Patrick's call? Thank you.
And
Hey, ma'am, I couldn't hear what you were saying.
I think he said that he was going to give us a call and send us a direct chat with the information that we need from him. I don't know if he's going to send us in a chat or if he's going to give us a phone call. That's the only thing that I heard.
Really interesting. Okay, Mr. Patrick.
I'll give those last three folks a call.
Okay, thank you. Okay. Them not being able to hear me is slowing it down really bad.
Do you think you could leave the fans outside?
No, I don't think so. I think maybe I have to go stand over there.
Pardon the interruption, Judge Williams. We can now hear you perfectly.
It doesn't seem to last. I think it's even when I've not moved, it's very painful. Miss, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay.
You're clear now.
All right. All right, Ms. Hogue, your announcement?
Yes, I have spoken, this is on number 27, Dortisha Thierry Richardson, 22 CR 006195Y. Ms. Richardson does qualify for our services, Your Honor, so we're going to waive formal reading and plead not guilty at this time and request that we receive an offer, and obviously we'll be filing for discovery.
All right, we'll reset Ms. Richardson's case. Please enter that waiver. If there's an offer, can we put it onto the record for position 27, Dortisha Richardson.
Yes, Your Honor. The offer is 12 months probation, 2 anger management classes, and no contact with the victim, Rosemary Key.
I
All
will
right,
convey the offer.
all right, and that case will be reset to December 15th at 1:30.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, Ms. Richardson is free to go after she provides any contact information to you, Ms. Holt.
Okay.
All right. All right, let's go back to the case of Keldrick Stanley. Mr. Stanley is charged in 22 CR 006176J with driving while license suspended or revoked with the offense date of June the 21st of 2021. Let me try to pull up his formal accusation. Okay, Mr. Stanley. Oh, that's not right. Hold on. Okay, Mr. Stanley, in this case, it reads as follows: State of Georgia versus Keldrick Stanley. I, Keith E. Gammon, Solicitor General for the County of Fulton, State of Georgia, in the name and on behalf of the citizens of Georgia, do hereby charge and accuse Keldrick Stanley with the offense of driving while license suspended or revoked, a misdemeanor for that said accused in the County of Fulton, State of Georgia, on or about June 21st, 2021, did operate a motor vehicle on Campbellton Road, a public roadway, at a time when his privilege to drive was so suspended in violation of OCGA Section 40-5-121, contrary to the laws of this state, the good order, peace, and dignity thereof. Signed, Keith E. Gammon, Solicitor General. Do you understand that charge, Mr. Stanley?
Yes.
All right, I'm gonna arraign your case, which means essentially that I've explained the charges to you. And essentially, we would be setting your case for trial, but more than likely, like just explained, we're not gonna do that. We're gonna reset you more than likely to a status calendar. At trial, you would have the right to an attorney as you've had today. You understand you have that right, but you would choose to proceed and represent yourself?
Yes.
All right, and you do not have the burden to prove the charges against you. The state represented by the Solicitor General bears that burden and will have to meet that burden and prove those charges beyond a reasonable doubt to get a conviction. If they do, you face a sentence of up to 1 year in prison or a fine of $1,000. Based upon this information, Mr. Stanley, how do you plead? Do you plead not guilty?
Yes, not guilty.
All right. Is this Ms. Riley, the Marshall Story, or Ms. Githiea?
Sarita Githiel, Your Honor.
All right, Ms. Githiea, will you please put the offer onto the record?
Yes, it's 12 months to serve 2 days, credit for time served 2 days, and a $500 fine.
All right, Ms. Stanley, my advice is that you speak to an attorney regarding that offer to see if that's something you might want to take. You do have the right to take it today, however,
She said time served and what else?
you have
2
to
days time served and what else?
pay.
500?
Now, the issue is we cannot explain what the effects of taking a plea would be. There are some other effects. It's my advice to speak to an attorney regarding that offer. However, it is your right to take that offer today. Right to do so. I can reset your case to the December 15th calendar to give you time to get an attorney or to sign the paperwork in advance for Ms. Githiea and come in and take. Which would you like to do?
I guess on to the December 15th.
You would like to be reset to December 15th?
Yes.
All right, well, December 15th calendar. Please give your email address to Ms. Githiea before you go so that she can send you any pertinent paperwork, all right?
All right.
Ms. Githiea, will you send him yours as well?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Are there announcements in the courtroom? Is Mr. Patrick back? Any announcements from Mr. Trigo? Or none? Ms. Hogue? All right.
Judge, I have an announcement. In
Please.
position 31, Ms. Simmons did qualify for the services of our office. We're going to ask that the court reset this. I will send her a waiver tomorrow. We'll file a formal waiver with the court.
December 30, I'm sorry, December 15th at 1:30.
May she be excused. Okay. And Judge, I just want to go back on position number 12. Since he's on Zoom, I just want to make sure someone from the state was going to reach out to him since he did not qualify.
We'll have to go through that one, but thank you, Ms. Wilson. We're working our way back. All right.
Judge, as far as I know, I've spoken to everyone who's on Zoom and wanted our services. I just want to make sure I'm not missing anyone because that was only 4 individuals.
I feel like there was something. Let me. All right. Are there other individuals still waiting for Mr. Patrick too? I believe there are those. All right, we'll keep going. So we got Mr. King. We're waiting to take the seat for Mr. Stower.
Yes, Guy Joseph. Hello, Your Honor. Hello.
All right.
Hello, Your Honor.
We'll get back to you. Give me a moment.
Yes, ma'am. Okay.
There are some people here.
I know. Mr. Patrick.
I have talked to everybody, Judge.
Okay.
I've talked to Mr. Campbell, Mr. Allen, Mr. Mangum, Mr. Jones, Mr. Martinez, and Mr. DeLong. They all wish to accept the state's plea offer, but again, to pay in person, if we could set them on the 15th so they can come in and pay.
All right, please give me those names again in order. Mr. Campbell.
I'm sorry, Judge, I've kind of got them just in a stack here. I'm not sure
Okay,
they're on.
that's fine. Give me one name at a time.
Dylan Campbell.
Okay.
Here, let me fetch my calendar.
All right, Mr. Campbell is going to be reset to the December the 15th calendar. Mr. Campbell is going to come in person at 1:30, sign his paperwork, take his plea, and pay his fine. Mr. Campbell, you're otherwise free to go. All right.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
You have an address. Harry Jones, he is position 13.
Jones, you're gonna person on December 15th. You're gonna pay, sign your paper, and for that, right?
Yep.
All right, Mr. Jones. So we'll see you. 15. Next person.
Nicholas DeLong. He is position.
Okay, Mr. Your same said to do something. You'll come in, sign your paperwork, take your fine. All right.
One moment, Your Honor. I'm gonna put it in the chat.
So that's Mrs. Vaughn. Is that all? Patrick?
I don't have.
You said that you probably. All right.
I don't have a from Mr. Horgan, but I believe
Yeah, Mr. Horgan number some.
Your Honor, we can't hear anything from you or the podium.
All right. Well, Stacey, Williams, your case is 22 CR 006153J, in which you're charged with driving under the influence of alcohol with the offense date of October the 3rd of 2021. Are you still here, Ms. Williams? I am sounding for Ms. Williams.
Yes, yes, I am.
And you choose to represent yourself today? You do not?
No, I would like a continuance to get a lawyer.
Okay, well, I'm still gonna have to go through the process of arraigning your case. If you had spoken to the public defender's office, to see if you qualified, they could waive that that reading for you. You unfortunately cannot. So
That's
I'll
fine.
read the formal charges against you. You'll give the offer, and then you'll give the some contact information for you, okay?
Okay, you were kind of breaking up, so I didn't hear just what you said just a few minutes ago.
All right, now,
A little bit. I can hear you a little bit.
all right, we're doing the best we can here today. Case of Stacy Williams, oh, that's not your case. Okay, Ms. Williams, your accusation reads as follows. It says in the case of Stacy, a case of Georgia versus Williams, accusation number 22 CR 006153. I state the Solicitor General for the County of Orca in the name.
We can't hear you, Your Honor.
I'm sorry. Yeah,
Oh,
okay.
yeah, we can't hear you, Your Honor.
We can't.
I'm not sure. Can you hear me now?
It's better.
Somewhat.
Maybe because I have Odyssey open. When I open Odyssey, that's what you can hear me now?
No, ma'am.
No.
Odyssey open.
When you said wherever you were, Your Honor.
Oh, that's the problem. I
Right there.
can't open Odyssey. Okay. All right, can everyone hear me now?
Yes.
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes.
It reads as follows. I, Keith E. Demus, General for the City of Fulton, Georgia, in the name and on behalf of the citizens, hereby charge with Stacy Williams.
Breaking up again.
You're breaking up again, Your Honor.
Okay, let's try this again. Can anyone hear me?
You're very distant.
You are hearing me? It's not out. My music, are you all able to hear me now?
I can a little
Not-
bit.
Yeah, just a little bit.
You hear me talking?
Yes.
Yes.
So it may be.
Not really.
Everyone hear me talking?
It's low.
Yes.
We take the plea.
No, just tell him he's gonna come in and be reset on the 15th.
Everyone hear me talking?
Yes, I
Yeah.
can hear you.
Okay. 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 All right. So what was the last name? I'm sorry, it was Mr. Who? Stovers is the place. Not Mr. Stovers, the one that can go home. The one who's coming back on the 15th. Who was that? Horgan. Mr. Horgan, you can leave and go home. Can you hear us, Mr. Horgan? Mr. Horgan, unmute. Can you hear me?
Yes, you're very clear, Miss Judge Williams.
Okay, Mr. Horgan, somebody chat him. He's unable. Okay, Mr. Horgan is now.
I can hear you, sorry.
Okay, let's try to continue arraigning Miss Williams' case, and then we'll take that plea. All right. Oh, Mr. Horgan doesn't know he can go. Mr. Horgan, you need to come back on the 15th. You're free to go. All right, you'll come into court at 1:30 on December 15th. You'll pay your fine, sign your plea paperwork, and that'll be the end of your case. But for today, you're free to go, all right?
Okay.
Oh, you haven't spoken with him. Mr. Horgan, is there a phone number where Mr. Patrick can give you a call?
I had two numbers call in while I was on this chat, but I didn't want to answer them. I didn't know if that was him
No,
or not.
answer them. Please answer them. That's him trying to reach you.
Okay, Your Honor. I just didn't want to disrespect you in your courtroom.
Thank you. Please pick up. Thank you. I appreciate that. All right. Let's go back to trying.
Thank you.
Okay. Sometimes you have to laugh to keep from crying. Let's go back to trying to arraign Miss Williams. Miss Williams, your case again in the case number of 22 CR 006153J. You are charged with DUI, driving under the influence of alcohol, less safe, and possession of alcohol. I'm going to read the formal accusation. I believe I started. It says, I, Keith E. Gammage, Solicitor General for the County of Fulton, State of Georgia, in the name and on behalf of the citizens of Georgia, do hereby charge and accuse Stacy Watts Williams with the offense of possession of open alcohol container of misdemeanor for that said in the County of Fulton, State of Georgia, on or about October the 3rd of 2021, did possess or consume an open container of glass bottle with clear liquid and alcoholic beverage while occupying the passenger compartment of a motor vehicle in violation of OCGA Section 40-6-253, contrary to the laws of this state, the good order, peace, and dignity thereof. You understand that charge, Ms. Williams?
Yeah. Yes, yes.
Okay, so at this time, I've read you the formal accusation. Your case is going to be rescheduled, likely to a status calendar. And eventually, if you're not able to resolve it, it'll be reset for trial. At trial, you'll have the right to an attorney, just as you've had today, but you chose to represent yourself pro se, correct?
Yes.
All right, you do not have the burden to prove the charges against you at trial. The state represented by the Solicitor General bears that burden. If they do get a conviction against you, you could face a sentence of up to 1 year in prison or a fine of $1,000 for each charge. Based upon this information, Ms. Williams, how do you plead? You're going to tell me you plead not guilty.
I'm not guilty.
All right, I accept your not guilty plea. Ms. Githier, at this time, will you put the offer onto the record?
Yes, Your Honor. On both counts, the offer is 12 months to serve 1 day, credit for time served, the 1 day, a $500 fine, 40 hours of community service, alcohol drug evaluation and treatment if required, and a risk reduction program.
All right, Ms. Williams, you might be interested in taking that particular plea offer. If you are, it's your right to take it today. However, the court advises you to seek the assistance of an attorney and come back at a later date because neither Ms. Githier or myself can advise you as to the effects of pleading to a DUI. Would you like to go forward with taking the state's offer at this time, or do you wish for a reset of this case?
I wish for a reset. Can I get the offer sent to me, or?
What you'll do is you're gonna give Ms. Githier your email address and she's gonna send you hers.
Okay.
So, and what you'll do is you're gonna relay that same information and give that email address to whoever you seek as counsel, all right?
Okay.
All right, once you've given Ms. Githier your email and Ms. Githier has received yours, you'll be free to go.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, let's go back to Mr. Patrick. Oh, he's gone. Could not go back to him. All right. Ms. Strong, will you help me? Let's see, position 1, 2, 3, 4. Position 5, Mr. Brown, what was our disposition there? Okay, Ms. Hope, that's Mr. Brown. Kurt Brown, is he's here? And he does not qualify? All right, so we're gonna arraign his case. All right, let me find Mr. Brown's case. All right, Mr. Brown, you are representing yourself pro se today because you do not have an attorney present and you do not qualify for the services of the Public Defender's Office. All right, so I'm going to read you the formal charges against you. All right, just please hold. Lisa, Odyssey, come on. It's very slow. All right, Mr. Brown, in case 22 CR 0061885F, you're charged with simple battery. I'm going to read the accusation against you. It reads as follows. I, Keith E. Gamage, in the case number with accusation number 22 CR 0061885F. I, Keith E. Gamage, Solicitor General of the County of Fulton, State of Georgia, in the name and on behalf of the citizens of Georgia, do hereby charge and accuse Kurt A. Brown with the offense of simple battery, a misdemeanor. For that said, accused in the County of Fulton, State of Georgia, on or about December 26, 2021, did intentionally make physical contact of an insulting and provoking nature with the person of Tatiana Colquitt by pulling her out of her vehicle or his vehicle in violation of OCGA section 16-5-23, contrary to the laws of the state, the good order, peace, and dignity thereof. Signed, Keith E. Gamage. You understand that charge, Mr. Brown? All right, at this time, I'm going to arraign your case. I've explained the charge. We're going to reset your case likely to a status calendar unless you want to take the state's offer at this time. And eventually, if you're not able to resolve your case will be set for trial. At trial, you do not have the burden to prove the charges against you. The state, represented by the solicitor, bears that burden. And if they do get a conviction by meeting their burden beyond a reasonable doubt, you could face a sentence of up to 1 year in prison or a fine of $1,000. Based upon this information, Mr. Brown, how do you plead? You're going to tell me you plead not guilty. I'm sorry? All right, I accept your not guilty plea. Can I please hear the offer that's available to Mr. Brown at this time?
Yes, Your Honor. It's 12 months probation, 3 anger management classes to have no further violent or harassing contact with Tiana Colquitt.
All right, you've heard that offer, Mr. Brown. I'm not sure if that's something you'd be interested in taking, but again, neither Ms. Riley or myself are able to give you any, legal advice at this point. Are you interested in discussing that offer or taking that offer given by the state, or do you wish to be reset? You'll be reset at another date. That would give you an opportunity to speak with an attorney to see how that case would affect you. We can't give you legal advice. Sometimes pleading guilty to certain charges results in other employment and other actions. We can't advise you as to what effect pleading guilty to a simple battery would be. So it's my advice that you speak to an attorney regarding this offer, that you obtain the information and email of the solicitor assigned to the case and speak to an attorney. However, it is your right to represent yourself and take a plea. What would you like to do? I'm sorry, what do you want to speak to Ms. Riley? You can speak to Ms. Riley about the offer. There's no attorney available to represent you today because you don't qualify for the public defender. What would you like to do? You want, but be advised, Ms. Riley cannot give you any legal advice. She can't tell you how taking a plea will affect you. All she can do is discuss the terms of the offer with you. I don't want you to give any defenses to her. I will allow you to speak with Ms. Riley if there's a way for her to give you a call, because she's here. Ms. Riley, is there a number he can reach you?
Your Honor, it's better for me to get his number, as I have a block on my phone, so it'll block the number.
I understood. So if you'll give a number to us, Ms. Riley will give you a call. All right, so write your phone number down on a piece of paper, and then Ms. Riley will give you a call. Again, do not give her your defenses, okay? Thank you, Ms. Riley.
You're welcome.
All right, so we'll come back to that. We're holding on that case. Okay.
Miss Williams' information and she has mine. May she be excused?
Hold 1 second, Mr. I'm trying to do two things. Yes, Miss Williams can be excused as long as she has the information. Go ahead, Mr. Patrick, please proceed.
His ability to enter Australia when he goes to see him in law. Given the nature of the charge, I need to speak to my supervisor.
So you would like to seek the additional time to provide him with legal advice?
No, not legal advice. Not legal advice.
Okay.
I need to seek some additional time to talk with my supervisor about
Okay, so I'm sorry, give me that name again. Mr. Horgan will be so reset to December 15th. Mr. Horgan, you can appear via Zoom. Mr. Patrick will give us some updates regarding your case at that time. All right? Does he hear me? Will somebody chat him just the same? Mr. Patrick, did you speak to James Marbutt? Mr. Marbutt is present on the Zoom conference. I see. Mr. Marbutt, were you on time today or did you show up late?
I've been here since 1:30. My microphone I've actually never worked on this laptop, and it has a little shutter on top of the camera. So I've been here for an hour and 32 minutes.
Okay, so please put your phone number in the chat. Mr. Patrick is going to give you a call. Once we speak to you, we might be able to dispose of your case as well. Okay, you're going to send it to C Strong. Okay. All right, now we're at the case of Joseph Guy. Mr. Guy, you do not qualify for the services of the Public Defender's Office today, even though you submitted an application, so I'm going to arraign your case. All right?
One moment, Your Honor.
I shouldn't arraign Mr. Guy. There's some other matter taking place.
No, ma'am, there's a lot of feedback and I was trying to make sure that everybody who's not needing to speak be muted.
Is muted. Is everyone still able to hear me?
Yes.
All right, this has been a very challenging day. I thank everyone for forging ahead with me. All right, Mr. Guy, your case is 22 CR 006190J. Your accusation reads as follows. I, Keithy Gamage, Solicitor General for the County of Fulton, State of Georgia, in the name and on behalf of the citizens of Georgia, do hereby charge and accuse Joseph P. Guy with the offense of simple battery a misdemeanor for that said, accused in the county of Fulton, state of Georgia, on or about August 31st, 2021, did intentionally make physical contact of an insulting and provoking nature with a person of Maya Radford by ripping her clothing in violation of OCGA section 16-5-23, contrary to the laws of the state, the good order, peace, and dignity thereof. Signed, Keith E. Gamage. You understand that charge, Mr. Guy? Unmute, please. I need you to unmute your screen. You're muted. While he's attempting to unmute, Miss Riley.
Okay, now he's back on. You just went off by itself. I don't know why.
Okay, understood. Thank you. Let's keep going. Okay, so what you're gonna do is you're gonna tell me you plead not guilty. Do you understand that charge as I just read it to you?
Not guilty, Your Honor, because the young lady.
Don't tell me anything, not yet. Do you understand the charge?
Okay, yes, I do.
And you understand that you have a right to remain silent and you also have a right to an attorney?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, perfect. Thank you. All right, your case will be reset at this time, likely for a status on December the 15th if you choose not to accept the state's offer today. If you're unable to resolve your case prior to trial, your case will be assigned to a judge and you will have the right to an attorney just as you've had today. At that trial, the state, represented by the Solicitor General, will bear the burden to get a conviction against you by proving these charges beyond a reasonable doubt. If they do so, you can face a sentence of up to 1 year in prison or a fine of $1,000. Based upon this information, how do you plead, Mr. Guy?
Not guilty, Your Honor.
All right, Ms. Riley, is this your case?
Yes, Your Honor.
Will you please put the offer onto the record?
Yes, Your Honor, there's a 12-month suspended sentence upon no contact with the victim, Maya Radford.
All right. I again, Mr. Guy, we are not able to give you any legal advice regarding that offer, but if you'd like to take that offer today without the assistance of an attorney, that is your right. Or I can reset you to give you time to speak with an attorney. What would you like to do, Mr. Guy?
I want to reset it so I can speak to an attorney.
All right, we'll reset your case to December the 15th calendar at 1:30. You'll be allowed to appear via Zoom just as you did today. All right?
Yes, ma'am. I appreciate your help.
Please send Ms. Riley your email address before you go. And let Ms. Riley send you an email address as well, all right? Once you've received that, you are free to leave, all right?
Yes, thank you for your service, Your Honor.
Thank you. Take care. Have a great afternoon.
Your Honor,
Yes.
I apologize. As for position 5, Kurt Brown, I attempted to call him twice.
Where's Mr. Brown? He's still here. He left. And he didn't let anyone know. He just walked out. Not your fault, Ms. Hope, but okay, continue. Okay, he'll be reset to the 15th.
Your Honor, I taking a closer look at the evidence, I will tender a null process in this case. I don't believe we have sufficient evidence to prove that he intentionally caused any harm to the victim.
Okay, he's not here to get that news. Ms. Hope, as a courtesy, would you, or is there, Ms. Riley, will you send him an email? Did he give you, he didn't give you any
He just gave me his phone number.
Didn't give you a contact information. Okay, thank you, Ms. Riley, I appreciate that. Send that null process as soon as you can. You can let him know, okay, okay, that's fine, thank you. All right, well, Mr. Patrick has not yet returned. All right, we're gonna go to the case of Jasmine Moore. Is Ms. Moore present so we can arraign her case?
Yes.
Okay, Ms. Moore, you understand that you have a right to an attorney here today but you're representing yourself just for this arraignment. We need to be able to see you. Okay, good. We can see you now. All right, I'm going to read the formal accusation against you so that you understand the charge. At least I think I am. All right, Ms. Moore, in the case with the accusation number 22 CR 006189E, it reads, I, Keith E. Gammon, Solicitor General of the County of Fulton, State of Georgia, in the name and on behalf of the citizens of Georgia, do hereby charge and accuse Jasmine Janet Moore with the offense of simple battery, a misdemeanor, for that said in the County of Fulton, State of Georgia, on or about November 28, 2021, did intentionally make physical contact of an insulting and provoking nature with the person of Clark Curry by hitting him in the face with a book bag in violation of OCGA section 16-5-23, contrary to the laws of the state, the good order and dignity thereof. Signed, Keith E. Gammage. You understand that charge? And you understand that's why you're here today. All right. I'm going to ask you some, I'm going to explain to you, now that I've explained the charge, essentially you've seen this happen, Ms. Moore. What's going to happen is we're going to likely reset your case. You're going to hear the offer from the state. If you don't wish to take that offer today and you're unable to resolve your case will go to trial. You will not have the burden to prove the charges against you. The state bears that burden. And if they get a conviction, you can face a sentence of up to 1 year in prison or a fine of $1,000. Based upon that information, how do you plead, Ms. Moore?
Not guilty.
I accept your not guilty plea. Ms. Marshall Story, will you please put the offer onto the record?
Yes, can you hear me, Your Honor?
I can.
Based on this being the defendant's first arrest, the state is requesting 3 anger management classes and will then provide a null process upon completion.
Okay, so Ms. Moore, you've heard that. If you are willing to complete 3 anger management classes before I reset your case, the state will dismiss the charges against you. If not, you are free to give your email address to Ms. Marshall Story, seek the assistance of counsel, and then you can further negotiate your case. Okay, so either way, your case is going to be reset to December the 15th. You can decide to engage in 3 anger management classes, or you can get an attorney who can assist you with negotiating this case. Okay. So
Okay, so if I do the anger management classes, would this still be on my record as a conviction? Because it's a lie.
No, she's offering to dismiss the case in its entirety if you complete the 3 anger management classes. But again, we cannot give you any further legal advice about what to do. But if you come here on December 15th with proof that you have completed those classes, we would dismiss, Marshall's murder in the state would dismiss those charges against you. Okay?
Okay, so what happened about the case? Because when the case was first issued, I did like I went to the police station and did a counter case.
Okay, we can't answer any of that. I'm sorry. So we will reset your case to December the 15th, and you can decide whether to complete those classes or speak with an attorney. All right. Best of luck.
Thank you,
Ms. Moore.
Yeah, if I can, Your Honor, Ms. Moore, if you do decide to avail yourself of this particular plea offer, I'm putting in my email address. If you complete those classes, should you again decide to take this offer, then we can resolve it, and you may or may not even have to come back to court. But I would have to receive those classes prior to any court date.
Understood, and I'm fine with doing anger management. I do that on the regular anyway.
Oh,
I just don't want.
Wait, stop.
No. I'm talking about speaking with a therapist and things like that.
Okay, Ms. Moore.
But I'm saying I don't want anything to be.
Moore, don't say anything. I understand that you want to tell Ms. Marshall stories and things, but this is a public record, okay? So just decide if you want to speak and decide if you want to take those classes, and then come back on the 15th, okay? I don't want you to say anything else. Thank you. Marshall, sorry.
And my email address is in the chat specifically to Ms. Moore if she wants to avail herself of that, with the understanding I am not here to discuss the case.
All right. And she cannot get, Ms. Marshall Story cannot give you any advice. Okay, Ms. Moore, we may or may not see.
There's no clarity there, but am I done here?
Excuse me?
I said there's really no clarity here, but I want to know if I'm done here today.
I'm deciding how to appropriately respond. You're free to go. We'll see you on the 15th.
Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Patrick, you have an announcement? Okay, we'll reset Mr. Marbut to December 15th, at which time he should appear electronically. More than likely, you will dismiss the case. Mr. Marbut, you don't have, you're gonna be reset to the 15th. If you send that information prior to that date, Mr. Patrick will dismiss the case and you won't have to come, all right? Mr. Marbut, are you still here? Okay, well, he may be trying to log back in. So if you would let him know that, Mr. Patrick, I appreciate that. Mr. Guy, if you've given that information, you should be free to go.
He has not.
No one talked to me yet.
You have to put it into the chat. There's a chat feature. You're gonna press it at the bottom and you're gonna type your email into ASG Riley.
Yes, ma'am.
The name ASG Riley. Start, she should be towards the top.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you very much.
All right.
Your Honor, I apologize. Going back to Mr. Guy, I'm taking a look at it further. I believe there's insufficient evidence to prove that he was the cause of the shirt being ripped. The quote unquote, or the alleged victim in this case was also charged with theft. I'm going to issue a no pros.
All right, Mr. Guy, that's great news. The case has been dismissed against you. You're free to go. There's nothing else for you to do. All right. Best of luck to you, Mr. Guy.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. So case dismissed?
Case dismissed.
I appreciate your service and also everyone else involved. Thank you very much.
Right.
Thank you.
Okay, let's take the plea, Mr. Stowers, plea. And then we'll take Ms. Tavares, who's here in the courtroom with me. All right, Mr. Stowers, your case is 22 CR 002718E. You're charged with hunting without permission. Are you here, Mr. Stowers?
I am here, Your Honor.
I need you to turn your camera on.
It was on. Where did it go? Stop. Now it's saying stop video. It was on. It's been on the whole time and now it's shut off. I'm sorry.
All right, Mr. While you're working on that, Mr. Patrick, please put your case. Give me the state's offer as well as very briefly the factual basis.
Yes, Your Honor. On the court about the question, the defendant, Mr. Marcus Order, was at or about 34 degrees, 3 minutes, 34.45 seconds north, 84 degrees, 15 minutes, 37.93 seconds west. Was hunting on property belonging to North Point Church. That location is wholly within the political jurisdiction and geographic confines of Fulton County. He was charged with hunting without permission. That is a misdemeanor given this court both jurisdiction and being over the state. So after speaking with Mr. Sword, the state learned that he was a new hunter, had been taken by some friends to the property. He admits that he individually did not have permission. Therefore, the state has offered a mediation from the standard fine. The state recommendation is payment of a $300 fine upon payment the case closed. Mr. Store's powers indicates to me that he is currently out of town, but his wife will be coming to pay tomorrow. With the court's permission, we can make the case payable by end of business tomorrow.
All right. Mr. Stowers, was that your understanding of the offer?
Yes, that's correct, Your Honor.
All right. And were you successful in getting your camera turned on? We need you to try.
No, it was working the whole first until about 2 minutes ago.
I did see you, so I will allow you to continue.
Okay.
All right. Do you agree with the facts as explained by the state?
Yes, I do, Your Honor.
Do you agree that this case took place in Fulton County?
Yes, Your Honor.
And are you the properly identified defendant?
I am, Your Honor.
All right, I'm placing you under oath. Will you please raise your right hand? Do you swear and affirm
Yes.
the testimony you give today will be the truth to the best of your knowledge under the penalty of perjury?
I do.
All right, you can put your hand down. You understood that you have a right to an attorney, but you chose to proceed pro se today.
I do.
Did anyone force or coerce you into taking a plea today?
No, they did not, Your Honor.
Are you under the influence of any drugs or alcohol at this time?
I'm not, Your Honor.
And you are aware that you will have no further court dates regarding this charge?
I am, Your Honor.
All right. As to the charges of hunting without permission, how do you plead, Mr. Stowers?
I plead guilty.
And you understand the terms and that your wife will make that payment by tomorrow?
Yes, I do, Your Honor.
All right. I believe that concludes his case. Is there anything further, Mr. Patrick? All right, Mr. Stowers, make sure your wife makes that payment by tomorrow. That'll be the end of your case, all right?
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right. You are free to go, Mr. Patrick, even though okay, sounds good. Thank you. All right, we're gonna take the case of Ms. Tavares. Ms. Tavares, you're here in the courtroom with us. Your case is 22 CR 006188G. You're charged with simple battery in that case. Do you understand the charges against you? I'm gonna read the accusation. And is the state ready to give an offer while I pull that up in the interest of time?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, please proceed with putting the offer onto the record.
Yes, the offer is 12 months probation, 2 anger management classes, and no contact with the victim, Jaden Hill.
All right. Ms. Tavares, if you're wishing to take that offer at this time, that is an option. I'm still gonna read it. I'm sorry, Ms. Holt. Oh, Navarro. I'm sorry. Thank you for that correction. Okay, Ms. Navarro, in that case, you're charged with loitering and prowling with the offense date of April the 11th of 2021. I'm still pulling up your accusation. All right, is that offer the same? I apologize. We're on position 25, Reina Navarro.
Oh, that was not my case, Your Honor. Reina Navarro?
Yes, I had the wrong position number here. In the court. We're doing position 25, the case of Reina Navarro, 22 CR 006196G. Is there an offer that the state can put on the record while I try to get into Odyssey?
Your Honor, my apologies. Position number 25 does belong to me. And the offer regarding Reina Navarro on the loitering and prowling is 12 months probation, a $500 fine, risk reduction, or a driving class sanctioned by the Department of Driver Services.
All right, in this case, Ms. Navarro, 22 CR 006196G.
That's correct, Your Honor. This is one of the cases that does involve the drag racing stings that have occurred around the city of Atlanta and other corresponding cities and jurisdictions.
All right, thank you. I'm going to read the accusation. It says, I, Keith E. Gamage, Solicitor General of the County of Fulton, State of Georgia, in the name and on behalf of the citizens of Georgia, do hereby charge and accuse Reina Stephanie Navarro with the offense of loitering and prowling, a misdemeanor for that said accused in the County of Fulton, State of Georgia, on or about April 11th of 2021, to appear in a place at a time or in a manner not usual for law-abiding individuals under circumstances that warrant a justifiable or reasonable alarm or immediate concern for the safety of persons or property in the vicinity, to wit, street racing in violation of OCGA section 16-11-36, contrary to the laws of the state, the good order, peace, and dignity thereof. Signed, Keith Gamage. You understand that charge, Ms. Navarro? Okay, if you're unable to resolve your case with the state today or at any point prior to trial, at trial, the state will have the burden to prove those charges against you. And if they get a conviction, you can face a sentence of up to a year in prison or a fine of $1,000. Based upon this information, how do you plead? I accept your not guilty plea at this time. Ms. Marshall Story has put the offer onto the record. Is that an offer that you're interested in taking at this time to resolve your case? She's not going to dismiss it at this point. What we'll do is we'll reset your case December the 15th. That'll give you time to find private counsel. Ms. Marshall Story, if you would chat Ms. Strong some contact information for us to hand Ms. Navarro. Ms. Navarro, you're going to take that information and you're going to seek private counsel or discuss and consider that offer. And then you'll come back on December 15th at 1:30 in the hopes that we can resolve your case, okay? All right, once you receive that information, you can go.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, we're gonna go back to the case of Smiley Norris. Is Ms. Norris present? Has everybody in the courtroom been addressed? Okay, all right.
Present.
All right, we're gonna arraign that case. In the meantime, 22 CR 006191C. Ms. Marshall Story, if you could put an offer onto the record if there is one.
Your Honor, what number was this again, please?
6.
I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
26.
26?
Yes, 26.
Okay, my apologies. The offer in position 26 for Mr. Smiley Norris, 5 hours of anger management in exchange for a no process. Am I correct? I have the correct case, number 26, Smiley
Yes.
Norris.
All right. Yes, I'm still
Okay.
gonna arraign this case because of the age of it. Ms. Norris, if you wish, what Ms. Marshall Story is explaining to you is that if you come back on your reset date, having completed those requirements, the state will dismiss the charges against you. Either way, I'm gonna arraign your case, give you time to either seek counsel or to complete those courses, okay? It reads as follow, accusation number 22 CR 006191C. I, Keith E. Damage, Solicitor General of the County of Fulton, State of Georgia, in the name and on behalf of the citizens of Georgia, do hereby and accuse Smiley Norris with the offense of simple battery, a misdemeanor for that said accused in the County of Fulton, State of Georgia, on or about August 30th, 2021, to intentionally make physical contact of an insulting and provoking nature with the person of Travis Walker by striking him, knocking his cell phone from his hand in violation of OCGA section 16-5-23, contrary to the laws of this state, the good order, peace, and dignity thereof. You understand that charge?
Yes.
All right, and you understand that you can either complete the requirements or you can seek an attorney to assist you with this. Please chat Ms. Marshall Story an email address where she can reach you. And once you've exchanged that contact information, you're free to go, all right?
Thank you.
All right. All right, I believe the final case we have is the case of Alan.
Your Honor, excuse me, if you don't mind, just to make sure that she has it, I will. Did she leave?
No, she's still here. I said she needs to remain on until she receives that information from you in the chat.
Okay, yes, I'm in the process of sending that now. Thank you.
All right, the final case I believe we have is the case of Alan Walker, 22 CR 006186D, in which Mr. Walker is charged with simple battery. Mr. Walker, you turn your camera on.
I'm trying, but it's saying the host has disabled me now.
Is Ms. Patrick officially going? I see one of his cases has appeared late. Mr. Smith, were you on when we called the beginning of the calendar? Alex Smith? Okay,
As soon as I
hold.
try to talk, they cut a log back in.
I'm sorry. Okay.
As soon as I try to talk, it logged me out. So I logged right back in and I called somebody and I talked to her and she said she can't be here.
Maybe he can speak to Mrs. Smith. Mrs. Smith, please hold. If we can't get Mr. Patrick, we'll just automatically reset your case. All right, Mr. Walker, in this case, I'm gonna go ahead and, Mrs. Smith, mute.
What was that?
Your
Okay,
Honor,
please mute.
I'm sorry, I could not hear that.
Your Honor, I had to mute Mr. Walker. All the feedback was coming from his
Okay, yeah, I hear now. Sorry.
He didn't hear any of it. I know he didn't. Mrs. Smith, hold one moment. We're gonna try to get Mr. Patrick back on the line. Please hold.
Yes, ma'am.
All right.
Thank you.
Okay, you know what? We won't. Mr. Smith, we're gonna reset your case to December the 15th. We'll send an email and ask Mr. Patrick to reach out to you. Can you please chat some contact information to C Strong before you go? Are you driving?
I'm in the passenger seat.
Okay. All right, Mrs. Smith, please put that information in. And then once Ms. Strong confirms that we have it, you'll be free to go. All right. Mr. Patrick will give you a call.
Okay.
All right, Mr. Walker. In this case, you're charged with simple battery. Ms. Githia, will you please put an offer onto the record if there is one?
Yes, Your Honor. The offer is 12 months probation, 3 anger management classes, and no contact with the victim, Adriana Smith.
All right. Mr. Walker, in this case, 22 CR 006186D, your charge, it reads as follows. I, Keith E. Gamage, Solicitor General for the County of Fulton, State of Georgia, in the name and on behalf of the citizens of Georgia, do hereby charge and accuse Alan Walker with the offense of simple battery, a misdemeanor. For that said, accused the County of Fulton, State of Georgia, on or about December 24th, 2021, did intentionally cause harm to Adriana Smith by striking her in the face, causing a contusion to her head and a busted lip in violation of OCGA Section 15-5-23, contrary to the laws of this state, the good order, peace, and dignity thereof. Do you understand that charge? Because of all the feedback, just nod yes. Do you understand? Mr. Walker? Nod yes. And then we'll unmute you only when it's absolutely necessary. Do you understand the charge I just read? All right. Ms. Githia, will you put the offer onto the record?
It is 12 months probation, 3 anger management classes, and no contact with the victim, Adriana Smith.
Are you interested in taking that offer again at this time, Mr. Walker? Okay, I need you to unmute. It's gonna be a lot of feedback. Do you wish to take the state's offer at this time? Or are you asking for a reset to get counsel? I can't hear you, Mr. Walker. You're not, there's a problem. We're unable to hear you.
Can you hear me now?
I can hear you. Are you interested in the state's offer? Mr. Walker?
Can you hear me now, ma'am?
Are you interested in the state's offer?
No, I am not. I would like
Okay.
a reset, please, Your Honor.
All right. I'm gonna run your case. At this time, your case will be reset to a status calendar and later for trial. If you're unable to resolve your case without the necessity of trial, This case will then be scheduled. The state will bear the burden to prove the charge of simple battery against you. If they do meet that burden by proving those charges beyond a reasonable doubt, you could face a sentence of up to 1 year in prison or a fine of $1,000. Based upon that information, how do you plead? How do you plead, Mr. Walker? I need you to say not guilty. I can't hear you. Okay, I accept your not guilty plea. Your case will be reset to December the 15th. It is my strong advice that you receive advice from legal counsel prior to that date. In the meantime, please send Ms. Githia an email address in the chat. All right, I believe that addresses all the cases on this Zoom conference. Is there anyone else on this Zoom conference who has not been addressed? All right.
Your Honor, position number 21, I don't know if the person's in court. I didn't hear the name, but I will prepare no pros.
All right, thank you.
Defendant's name is Catherine Martin, charges possession of marijuana less than 1 ounce.
All right, thank you, Ms. Marshall-Story. I believe that concludes the entire calendar. Once that information is exchanged, once Ms. Strong reviews the calendar, we will be in recess.
Excuse me, what is the time?
On December 15th, it's 1:30 p.m.
Oh, thank you, ma'am.
I have received Mr. Walker's information and I have
They'll be
provided
reset
mine to him.
Unless they need to go to another, well, they can go to another arraignment calendar.
I just muted the judge, Casey. Do I need to put her back on?
Can you hear me?
Unmute yourself, Casey.
I'll try that. Try that. Can anyone hear? Oh.
Yes, we can hear you.
We can hear you.
Now you can hear me, but you can't hear Ms. Strong, who's also
correct.
So. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
It's
You're
very
low, but
it's
yeah.
very low.
Can you hear me now?
It's the echo.
It's the feedback.
No feedback. Okay, try now. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yes.
Without the feedback, yeah.
Okay, position number 1, Robert Allen was reset for December the 15th to come back in person and take a plea. Position number 2 was arraigned, reset for December the 15th. Position number 3, Joshua Barnes was null pros. Position number 4 was a failure to appear, but it's also been reset for December the 15th. Position number 5, Brown was null pros. Position 6, Dylan Campbell, reset for December the 15th to appear in person to take the plea and pay the fine. Position number 7, December the 15th. Position number 8, Nicholas DeLong, reset for December the 15th to appear in person and take the plea, pay the fine. Position number 9, reset for December the 15th for the solicitor to receive more info. Position number 10 and 11 are reset for December the 15th. They're both failure to appears. Position number 12, Joseph Guy,
was a null pros. Position number 13, Shakim Hellman, reset for December the 15th to seek counsel. Position number 14, Sean Horgan, reset for December the 15th for the solicitor to get more information. Position number 15, Larry Jones, reset for December the 15th to come in and take a plea and pay the fine. Position number 16 was an FTA. It will be reset for December the 15th. Position number 17, reset for December the 5th, Tyler Mangum, reset for December the 15th to appear in person and take the plea. Position number 18, Lonnie Manuel, was an FTA, will be reset for December the 15th. Position number 19, Jabari Mapp, reset for December the 15th for the DA's office, to see if the DA's office will accept the uprated charge. Position number 20, James Marbert, reset for December the 15th for the defendant to provide the solicitor with paperwork. Position number 21, Catherine Martin, was a null pros. Position number 22, Jose Martinez, reset for December the 15th to appear in person and take the plea. Position 23, Jasmine Moore, reset for December the 15th to take the classes or hire an attorney. Position number 24, Willie Nash, was an FTA, reset for December the 15th. Position number 5, reset for December the 15th for the defendant to hire an attorney or accept the plea. Position number 26, Smiley Norris, reset for December the 15th to accept the offer or to hire an attorney. Position number 27, Tisha Richardson, is reset for December the 15th for the public defender's office to get more information. Position number 28, Michael Rose, was a null pros. Position number 29, Carlos Roundtree, was an FTA, reset for December the 15th. Position number 30, Mario Ruiz, was a null pros. Position number 31, Margaret Simmons, was reset for December the 15th for the public defender's office to get more information. Position number 32, Alex Smith, reset for December the 15th for solicitor to speak with the defendant. Position number 33, Keldrick Stanley, reset for December the 15th to hire an attorney or take the plea offer. Position number 34, Kimberly Stover, reset for December the 15th for status or reset to take the plea. Position number 35, position number 35 was a plea. Position number 36, Amanda Tavares, will be reset for December the 15th. That was an FTA. Position number 37, Alan Walker, reset for December the 15th. Counsel. Case number 38, Stacy Williams, reset for December the 15th to hire counsel. Everybody get it?
Yes, thank you.
Any comments, changes, corrections, or questions?
No, Your Honor.
All right. Calendar, I believe, tomorrow at 9 a.m. Everyone take care. Please send paperwork.
Yes, Your Honor.
I'll just say send paperwork. Everyone take care.
Okay. Take care. Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.